Hello and welcome back to the Itty Bitty Bug Committee. We are on day 2 of this playthrough. We finally got a place that's not bugged, it's just full of bugs. And we're hitting around the 100 pop zone and struggling a little bit with food at the moment, which feels shocking because from what I've read, it's meant to be these guys' best thing is how easy it is to make food for them. But we've been struggling pretty hard on it. We're getting better though. We've recently set up room for a second Bacticrawler breeder. We're just lacking the wood at the moment. And we have set up a Globedian pasture to try and get some eggs and a little bit of meat from outside. I ain't so certain how well it gonna work, but hopefully it does okay. We make 5 production on livestock a year already from the Bacticrawler. And we are digging out what's to be a giant mushroom farm. That being said, our meat supplies are limited already. Our fishing is really, while making a lot of fish doesn't feel like it is. I've got a bunch of science saved up. So I watched the dev diary last night and I discovered some things in it that was like, they increased some of the early things like crop optimization. And I wondered about animal husbandry here. This is 100 points to upgrade this and gives us an extra 0.1 on Bacticrawlers. So if we're at 81 and 5 and we upgraded that a little bit, I probably should have looked at this side. I suppose that'll go up a little bit. What is this? Some clone of that dwarf game? I can never remember its name. Dwarf Fortress? It's very Dwarf Fortress inspired. I would say it's more like Dwarf Fortress meets Total War. The game of songs is 6. You don't have to live in the mountains, but we're playing as bug people. With a couple of humans. So our bug people live in this giant hive that we've started digging out into the mountains. And we expand a little bit out to get some clay and some fish and everything else. Some wood, of course. But for the most part, we're just trying to dig deeper and deeper and deeper into these mountains towards better and better resources. Right now, trying to solve the food issue. We're going to have to hunt a few more of these bugs. Hate to do it to him. Any fat boys? Oh, you're a fat boy. A little extra meat. Just a smidge. Just to make sure we don't start starving. It is very good though. If you like Dwarf Fortress style games, it looks egregiously complicated, but it's honestly not. It's pretty straightforward. It gets definitely more complicated the further on you get, and there are definite learning curves throughout the gameplay experience. But I think it's a pretty well crafted game. My dudes, I'm realizing we are running out of houses again. So I think I'm going to sneak a couple right here. Just like that. Just like that. Give our folks something to do as we set up the next little steps. I was talking about a secondary market and food stall. I could kind of put that behind this vendor as well. Put this behind this stage, I mean. And I think I kind of like that idea. like the idea of us having a bit of room around this stage to work with so that people can actually like view the performances. And if there's a market and stuff nearby, they'll have lots of room for that. So we'll add more people to the dig. The Great Dig. 7 fish. Is this the first time we've ever had fish in stock? It's not going to last. But I'm glad to see it. I'm going to have this guy pull fish out of that hauler. Just to make sure that we have things set up. There was one thing in the dev diary that I watched yesterday that I feel as if I am missing, which is called transport. Transports very large quantities of a selected resource to a selected room, such as a hauler or warehouse. The transport requires livestock to operate. So one of the things he was talking about in the dev diary was that he felt like people weren't using transports often enough for their logistics. And it's got me wondering. Temperature is rising to an extreme level today. I think that should be fine. We love the heat. We're big on the heat. I think we just need to wait for people to dig. To dig and to build. Making +1 egg a day. I mean, the hope is really that the eggs start providing some food for the humans. I am realizing I don't know that I have eggs set up anywhere for storage. Most certainly do not. So we're going to put a little bit in there. Let it be stocked. I suppose we could also throw some eggs in here too. Just to keep things running smooth. I like our little frog guys. Amoeban settlers regularly take over a dozen eggs of said reptiles with them. These herbivores, generally harmless to the average hunter, their jaws can snap bone with ease. Eggs are harvested and collected for purposes of reproduction and the occasional omelet. Yeah, well, the production numbers here are not great. I guess we're taking a massive penalty because it's only 1/3 filled. So 0.33 on animals. And then, yeah, I guess even the humans, because we don't have the skill, we get a 60% reduction. I see now why you want the Amoebians to do that. I mean, we could get a couple of these lizard guys. We don't have to get a ton of them. They like mud, they like grand, they're okay with stone. They don't even mind the fungus road. They prefer, what do they need here? Stone, cut stone, fish, leather, wood, and furniture. We could probably keep these guys relatively happy. I might end up needing a Shine of Cratourism if I was to put these guys in here. There'll be 6 lizard people and 11 on the fishery. Ah, the Enclave of Pluxio would be very honored if Your Excellency would accept this humble gift. We give you 1 human slave. All right. We'll see how that works. I like that that guy is like, hello, we're humans. Would you like to accept one of our people as a slave into your population? Is that the kind of thing that you would be into? Please confirm. One of the other big things I've been looking towards getting has been masonry. For those stone blocks, so that we can make a proper bathhouse. But I'm also perpetually concerned about our food. Hybrid optimization. Some of the lessons learned from each crop can be used to improve farming in general. Fruit bonuses. Mushroom farm bonus. Why don't we put a point into that? Because then we can focus some of that after too. We had talked about getting blood sport. There's just so many things perpetually to unlock. I'm gonna grab masonry. Technically, we got room for a lot of stone. The quarry is up that way, so we could put the mason, like, back here. How do our guys feel about noise? Are they for noise or against noise? Apparently, we don't care about it. The humans aren't a big fan. The humans. So if this is all of our fertile ground in here. Yeah. I'd be willing to put a mason shop in back here. It's a bit goofy. But it feels all right. We could add an additional, like, row of housing in along the back of all this. Maybe even connect to over here somewhere. Say like that. And then we'll dig out a little masonry shop. Nothing too wild, nothing too crazy. Just more giant shops to dig out. So, humans, blah. Who needs them? Yucko. Listen, we just need the humans. Currently, to run the Globdians is one part of it. And the other part is to run the labs. We got 6 guys there and we got 15 on here. That's all 21 humans. The basic idea is that the humans run the labs and they keep our knowledge in check. And they've been pretty good at doing that so far. So I'm at least a little bit grateful. Our pottery studio, we expanded. With the intention of building a bigger pottery bench. Was the hope here. Sugar snaps. Gotta make it a little bit bigger. Pottery is a really good industry for us because of how much clay we can get. It's just something that we seem to be able to sell a lot of if we so choose. So I'd like to take advantage of that. It's where most of our money is coming from right now. He says. Don't import any pottery. Current stock your export depots. These goods will be bought if the trade partner that offers the highest price at one exists. Nice. We have metal here as well now. Interesting. I don't have an import setting here for oh, for all. I thought that was pottery. That's what happened yesterday with the furniture. Even though this is not on import, my all, I guess, was on import. You guys are set to export pottery. Pull from fetch. Trying to figure out exactly how those guys work. All right, so we're going to boop, boop. Set up a fresh new workbench here. That's as big as can be. We're going to add an additional aux station here to get us to 100%. And then we're going to build this nice big storage rack here on the side. Constructo. Yeah, I'm okay with that. It's got a little bit of yellow, but it's not too bad. Food, again. Why do my people keep having to eat? Some of these big boys have grown up, at least. Not enough of them, though. All right, well. It'll be some of them. I think I'm going to build another hunter's hut. Because these guys have been fairly efficient. I think we could say that. I think that'd be a fair comment. And then what do we need to make these work? That do? I really don't need that many, but I kind of like the look of it. What do I need? 17? What if I just add in like 2 of these at this size? Yeah, it looks a little bit nicer. I'll allow it. And room for another hunter set if we need. Hunter stop production per head, the more of them you have. So efficiency will go down. Yeah, but I still feel like right now they are pretty efficient. But it's absolutely something we do need to be aware of. So that's going to be the mason shop. This is going to be our mushroom farm pretty soon. All this building has got me struggling to keep up on wood. So I wonder, can I throw another handful of people here in the woodcutter? For right now. Got these couple extra houses. They are not particularly well cleared, but we also wanted to build a new market. This is kind of hilarious how incorrect this is. Let me remove that one set of flowers there. Tidy it up a little bit. Can't just not have this decorated properly. This is the theater. It's gotta look nice. So, I wanted to have some kind of market here. I think I'll do the same sort of thing that we have on the other side where it's like we'll have the market and the food stall sort of back to back like this. And hope I have them actually designed facing the correct way this time. Which I don't think I do, but that's all right. That'll be a few more jobs as well. So down here, we're up to an extra 6 hunters. They're producing 171. Oh, between all of them. These guys produce 12. These guys produce 18. I think that's a good idea. That feels like that's increased my numbers like pretty dramatically. And we have this massive pottery studio now that we might as well employ a lot of people at. Looks like I could take about 18, which is pretty good. These guys are digging out this because it's technically closer than that. Ay-ya-ya. Can't get anything done here. Nobody's digging out the great big tunnel either. Which we might as well set to finish. I don't think anyone will do that until... Yeah, it's unreachable from the throne. So until we dig all the way through, we literally can't even get over to this side of the map. $66 meat, 72 meat. Thank God for these giant bugs. Just the only thing that's been keeping us alive. As I continue to hunt them to near extinction. Keep like a real close eye on this meat meter right now. We're trying to keep a close eye on it. We're also doing terrible on wood. But I see we have a crazy amount of wood stockpiled right there. So what's really going on here? Where is the guy who works here? Okay. He's grabbing that wood now. Starting to stock us back up. A slaver has arrived and is offering his goods. Would you like to make a purchase or a sale? Now, we have one human slave. I don't really want a slave right now. I'm not set up for them. So I'm just going to sell that off for the money. And then I don't have to feel bad about it. Just have to sell someone off into slavery, and now I don't have to feel bad. That's how that works. Come on, lads. Got one thing to dig out. Yes. You definitely don't need walls. I don't think this actually costs me anymore. It's going to cost me 120 mushrooms to build this place. I wonder, should I import mushrooms for a little while? Seems like not the worst idea. If it helps me like boost this farm really nice and early. Also, you know, just boost my survivability because of how little food I have. Well, some of you guys have got to fatten up a little bit. I don't like eating them when they're under 70. Mushrooms, 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 mushrooms. Okay, so there's a bunch of mushrooms out here. It's literally just that everything is like out of range all of the time. So stuff keeps getting foraged, but then not like brought back home. Surely somebody must go out and get this. He says, looking at opiates that are also just lying out in the field, foraged but not returned. Perhaps if we give you some room for mushrooms. I actually think it's the builders that might be. Somebody is grabbing these from time to time. Oh my god, same thing out here. There's like a whole bunch of cotton just sitting in the field. All right, so I guess I am incorrect on how this works. And I should not be harvesting any of this stuff that's out of range. Without sending, like, somebody out here to actually haul it back in. See what happens when I set up a couple of small haulers here. Whether or not they have the range to actually, like, reach the distance stuff. 29 meat. All right, we're gonna have to do a little hunt. I got no choice. I'm sorry, bugs. 76? Nice. Take the 66 and the 65 as well. We gotta eat. All right, so can you guys haul in mushrooms? They can like just reach that. I was gonna see if these guys could haul something like the opiates, but I actually don't think they can reach even there. Okay, we got two guys hauling in mushrooms. One is a hauler. The other one is also a hauler. Are there two jobs here? Yes. Okay, that's why. I have less faith in the opiate haulers. Don't seem to be able to do it. But those guys did absolutely haul in mushrooms. So you guys can pull from there, I suppose. And at least that's being pulled back. Some of the stuff on the edge here, I think might not be able to reach. We might also just get lucky though. Could you use a bit of additional collection bases outside range to transfer to main base? I think that might have been why we were unable to get all the hunted meat delivered to base yesterday. Yeah, I mean, I think basically I would have to set up little logistical warehouses, and the idea would be like I'd have like a little gathering village out here that would gather all this stuff, store it in a warehouse, and then I'd have those transporters do mass transport of goods. Like I could also get those piggies, but honestly, I'm not soups worried about the piggies. Oh, my clay production is actually going down. The mushroom farm is just waiting on mushrooms. $99 out of 120. How much money have I spent importing mushrooms? A lot. So all of my money. Sure. We have a play over here called The Misery of Slebian. Oh, wow. Rude. Those guys were like, you're such a joke. We wrote a play about how garbage you are. Would you like to hear about it? Let's tell you. Let's tell you all about it. How garbage you are. Like, thanks, dudes. That's really making me feel better. Big appreciate. Oops. So I need a gate. Area is not connected or an item is cutting off part of the room. You seem to be confused. I know I certainly seem to be confused. All right, let me do it there. With a hut for 100% efficiency. 700 wood to build this. Because I've made the room so big. I believe I need it to be 3x3s. I actually don't think this will work because that's a 2 and that's a 2. Ah, no, it will. I just want it to be a big room, though. That's the problem. I suppose what I'm curious about is, like, if I build a pillar in the middle of this room, would that fix it? More than just, like, leaving the center of the room empty? It's a pretty quick thing to test. No. Not at all. All right, well, if that's going to be the case, let's quickly dig that back out and get on with our lives. We do have room for the masonry studio here in the meantime. Kind of build this any number of ways. That'll give us full efficiency, so why don't we do that? And a little storage. 128 furniture, 132 stone, and 111 metal to get that built. Disgusting. $786 wood. Well, at least the mushroom farm has started. How are we on Globians? 16 out of 30. All right, so this is going up. We're producing 13 eggs. That's up from 1. Baby steps. It's all baby steps. Somehow I'm running out of houses again, which is crazy to me because it's not like I'm accepting new people. Maybe I'm accepting some humans. But if so, that's it. All right, we got the food stall and the market here. I've designed them a little differently. They're back to back on this one instead of the other way around. Workload 28, workload 0, 0, 73 on that workload. Bread, fruit, vegetables, no available services. I suppose some houses in here would be nice. Is that how that works? You know what? Let's just dig out one. Let them figure out what they need to do to claw out the rest of that territory. Our pottery is at 240, so we're maxed out on pottery. Export. The minimum price you're willing to sell is 40, which is not a problem. It does not go below that. Sold 73. Okay, so this seems to be working. It's just slow. I do not want you importing that anymore. Let's go back to importing metal. Because we're going to need that for the masonry studio. And it's going to be expensive. What's really fun is now that we have metal coming in for exports, and once this is done, we'll have cut blocks. It's going to take us a lot of metal to finish it, but that will give us access to the bathhouse. And our people can actually get clean. Boop, 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 boop. Boy, I got big hopes. Big hopes for that mushroom farm, let me tell you. I think I'm going to take another swipe of trees here as well, because we're going to need so many of them to keep us going. Don't lose it and don't cut it off. I suppose our throne should probably be like deeper into the city instead of like at the front gates, but baby steps. We're catching up. 55 to 73 on food. It's slow, but it is starting to improve. I would definitely like to hit a point where we become like completely self-sufficient and I don't have to do things like send out hunters. I kind of wonder about like creating some sort of land bridge here to build like a second fishery. And whether that might not be a bad idea. The moment you enter our city, you must look upon the glorious queen. She is waiting for you. Yeah, see, I could build a pretty sick fishery out here as well. All I would need to do is run a little path down. Let me just plug in my mouse. I don't know what it is with my mouse, but it's just been like skipping a lot lately. And I've discovered if I just plug it in, it shuts the hell up. I can't wait. Can't wait to see what kind of mushrooms we have for our humans. Pottery. Masonry. I suppose once we grow as well, we'll start making things like grain for the humans. We'll also probably need grain for the beer. This will all be very easy to raise out here in super hyper fertile land. Definitely don't want to build any further south than these hunters. These guys are already taking up like a pretty big chunk of the fertile land, but it does say that like pastures need fertile. Pastures take up a lot of space on low fertility ground, but bigger sizes do not require more workers. Yeah, I really don't know if that means that fertility affects them. That could be read either way. God, we have so much stone all back here. So Mason's going to have a field day when he finally gets up and running. Keep saying our people need a way to cool down, but we don't really have anything that does that too much. We have ways to heat up. Looks like our dudes want some more wells as well. We have the tiny one here. I'll slap one down there. Just because we're probably going to grow out this way next. I want to say something like that. Perhaps. It's like steadily like just connecting as much up as I can. We're actually low on workforce right now, which is nice to see. We are also at 12 meat, which is not so nice to see. $83. 71. Take a 67 as well. They're doing okay. Upgrade. Can I do that? 48 furniture and 48 fabric, and I could upgrade the fishery. Oh, buddy, I didn't realize that was something we could do. A 50% boost on the fishery would be massive. 48 fabric. All right, we still need a bit more metal to come in here for the masonry. We almost have the Bacti crawler stocked up on wood. Looks like they're still just bringing in the last of the pieces. I'm going to build another one of these workstations just up here so we have someone mining constantly. $47 mushrooms. Is that from you? Shouldn't be. Make sure we're not importing any more of those. Couple nice big meat harvests. God, we're so close on this. Yeah, it might be a while. I don't know where they're going to bring the livestock first. If they'll try to fill this pen, or if they'll try to fill the Globedians first. But here we go. Here's the build. I love these weird giant bugs that live in the dark. They're so funny. A subject of yours has become sick. Sickness is tied to your subject's health. Okay. In early game, there's not much you can do about this except for keeping your city clean, but as your city grows, you must provide your people with doctors and hospitals. 1 infected. The bleeding fever, the plague, and the white shimmer. Jeez, I hope we don't have any of these. It spreads poorly, mostly because it tends to kill all of its hosts. I like that you can do full quarantines. Guess we're up to 18 out of 30. I guess the weird truth is, like, I just need more import depots. But I want them to be, like, smaller than this. They take up so much room right now. I appreciate that there's a lot that they can import. Try to fit a couple more in here. At least it's close to a warehouse. Nice. All right, we got 1 livestock in here. So they'll start to fill out. 5 in total. It's so close. That's 416. This is 429. And this one has a full extra animal. I wonder if I shouldn't try to carve out just like an additional 10 squares. If I even could, I probably can't. We have to go in a crazy way to get extra space in here. All right, well, an extra 100 production is still going to be like an extra 100 production. The masonry shop is also up and running. I hate to do it. But I think we're gonna need to take some more people into town. Balti Master increases Bacti crawler production. Well, that seems good. I guess this does it for Bacti crawlers and Glovdians, and this does it for just Balti crawlers. Ah, this one requires you to have over 100 Garthemis, that's why. And I guess it is cheaper. You know what? I'm going to take 2 points in it. I know it's a lot of our tech, but that's what we're going to do, baby. Yeah, let's fit 3 of those in. Which means that these are kind of the wrong size, but I think we can fit 2 of them in there. Spoof, poof. Handful of extra houses. All right, Garimis. Let's take in 10 of you. For sure is going to instantly give us homelessness problems. So hopeful. I'm so hopeful we can fix the food. I guess I wonder, the humans also eat what? Apples? Is it? No. Bread, mushrooms, eggs, and meat. We know how to make a bakery. So, truth is if we actually just made a grain farm. We could get this started right away. Interesting that all the hunters, when they come back to town, walk right across that path. This would require a lot of grain. Trying to see if I can get exactly 10 farmers, but close enough. Actually, I suppose we should probably do it like this instead. It's pretty high fertility. We'll have to make room for a bakery. He realizes, not having room for a bakery. I guess the humans are all kind of going to live down here. Off of this laboratory. Or I guess maybe in this section of the city. This is going to end up being like the human quarter. And then this will end up being the bug quarter. It feels like that's what's slowly happening here. We are producing block rocks. So we can also queue up this bath. We did discover it was going to take some time. But I kind of like it. Make sure that we are storing cut stone blocks somewhere. Oh yeah, we have a crate of them here. All right, we got room for these homes again now. So you're going to be houses, and you're going to be houses. It's not perfect, but I suppose it will do. Two out of 5. Really just want the food to even out. That's the big goal. It'll feel really nice if I can become sustainable. Because then we can just like start naturally growing forward. I can start setting up like Garthemi breeders, for example. I guess I could tuck a bakery right in this mountain. Taint the worst idea. Yeah, we definitely could pull that off. He says, queuing up even more jobs. What are you trying to do? Overexpand? Never. Unheard of. We also have room for these import depots now, too. I was really hoping we could fit in more of these. Well, guess that's what we'll have to do. Try to give it a little cave-like appearance, just to add a little bit of extra room around. Who doesn't like a little bit of extra room? 23 furniture. We're still crazy on pottery, but it does seem to be selling. And it's not like it's like stockpiling here. That's the storage, and there's almost nothing in storage, so. Nice, yeah, and they're working on the bathhouse now finally, too. Love to see it, dudes. We're up to 3 out of 5 here. Got up to 111 in meat. Aha. Now, can I add fabrics? To 20. Trying to think, like, what don't I immediately have access to that I could use? I mean, a lot of things. Food is probably would be a smart one. But we're still staying alive on that front. And these wild Balties are still holding up decent. Oh. I never noticed that. They'll actually take the fishing boats out. Cool. Very cool. I had no idea they did that. I assume I have to have all of that stuff actually in stock to do that upgrade. You know what we could take in is grain to 20%. Because we're going to need it for this field. And I guess we could also take in livestock. Just to like 5%. Help us boost up these farms a little bit earlier. I'd be okay on that. Everybody's working hard there, working hard there. Carpenters cannot keep up. If we start bringing in fabric as well, we can start furnishing the humans with it, which I'm sure they'd be real grateful about. $62 to 75. I'm beginning to believe. I am at minus 33 technology. I have 4 people working there, which means I should have 20 humans working here. But I guess we're just like out of population. I'm going to pull some people off the woodcutter. I'm definitely going to pull some people off this mason. No, there's 5 people on the mason. Okay, maybe not. Yeesh. Still don't understand sometimes how I can hire in extra people. Like, I just added 5 people and it didn't change my workforce at all. And I guess it's because things are auto-adjusting. Please. There we go. All jobs are being worked. The humans can go back to the labs where they belong. $37 tech, okay. Thank God. I was really scared there for a bit that I was like, oh great, we're in some sort of negative tech spiral. We're gonna start forgetting how to do things. Auto adjust, likely snapping them up, yeah. That's okay. Selling lots and lots of good. People are relatively happy. I even have herbs. Not that I know what they cook in, but I suppose we have room to start building this bakery. An accident has occurred. 8 subjects were injured and will seek out a hospital. There was 1 death at the clay pit. Okay, hold on. Please let me get my bakery up and running before we go any further. This will add 42% efficiency. This will add 50. And what is the storage shaped like? Just the worst. I put that there. I could put the storage here. Sure. And I could put the ox oven here. Let's do that. Then that's the door. So a ton of people injured in the clay pits. Accident rate 7.5%. Equipment boosts the efficiency of a room when equipped tools degrade with a rate of 1 per day. How do I make tools? I'm going to import fabric up to 48 because that's how much I need to upgrade our fishery. Then I really want to know how to make tools. I suppose a hospital is something we're going to need like sooner than later. Army Supply Depot supplies armies on the world map. A smithy. This marks a whole new level of productivity for nearly every trade. All right, well, I mean, clearly I need to finish my dig, which is almost done. But if we can get up into that, then I think we'll be okay. We are suddenly making what feels like a lot of tech now that I've sorted out that the humans can actually work. And we are making a lot of money, I guess, off of pottery. Soon to be everything else. It looks like our grain farm is up and running. So we can turn this bad boy off. And you're 30 out of 30. You're 5 out of 5. We can turn this bad boy off. No need for livestock. Just making money, honey. I suppose in this warehouse, we're gonna want to stock more grain. Probably take it out of here. Hard to say what I want to put anywhere nowadays. Throw some bread up here, maybe? Yeah, that feels okay. It's wild to me that we've already, like, maxed this place out. Ah, we can upgrade the warehouses with furniture. Boosts 220. Now, is that just like boosted capacity? Next is pottery and cut blocks. We are cutting blocks. The bathhouse. Unavailable coal. Low heating decreases the experience. A bath needs fresh water to function properly. How the hell do I pull that off? Pump fills a canal network with water pressure. Pumps connect to the same network will stack. Used with water pumps to transport fresh water from freshwater sites. Pump connected to the canal stacks stack their water pressure. Can't we just fill it with water? Proximity to fresh water. So I'm gonna need to, like, pipe water into the mountain in order to get that to work right. You need to dig canals and culverts. Oh, that sucks. Let me tell you, I didn't realize that was going to be the case. I thought we could just do a bucket brigade. Mechanic added in 6.5. How close do I have to get it? And I guess my other question is, like, if I build culverts, can I just, like, build them under my roads? Oh God, what have I done here? Culverts are underground, but transport water at about a quarter of the rate. Oh, people are still bathing, though. It still works, it just doesn't work as well. One canal transports about 64 tiles. And can you build culverts under roads? I guess I could just test it. Just costs so much metal. Until I get my metal up, I'm not sure that's the right choice. You guys are importing up to 48. And you need 48. Ooh, and I'm about to run out of food. Hey, Mona. You coming up? No, just saying hi. Doesn't ever want to hang out anymore. This kitty cat. Just refusing to come on stream. Well, some of these guys got pretty fat. I'm at the point now where I'm judging my food production based on like how often these guys can hit level 80. Come up. I know you want to say hi to everybody. All right. What are you doing? Little kitty cat? Want to come say hi? Nobody's outside. Come on. I don't know what's going on with her. She's a little grumpy. Are you grumpy? Grumpy Gus? Hey. Come on up here. Maybe if I ignore her, she'll come up. It's not working. She just left. It's not working. She just left. Oh, look at this. Our armies actually have some points in things. I have multiple divisions. They're not very good, but they all technically exist. $11 people work in this grain farm. My goodness. Getting there, lads. Now I've lost the marker for this, but we're so close. You're just adorable. You know, we have a play over here called The Misery of Slibbin. Here, accept this 100 meat. I will accept your 100 meat. Thank you for the handout. I'm very gracious and gratitude for it. Shut up. Goddamn workforce. Stop auto-adjusting. You're making my life so difficult. Especially because I want people on these labs. I mean, we're gonna need to start saving tech soon. To start getting the military stuff. Archery range. Yeah, but like I don't have bows. So an archery range isn't much good until I built a boyer. We have grain, so we can start a brewer. We're gonna have access to charcoal, so I don't think we need to be making charcoal out of our trees. But with a brewer also becomes a tavern. Oh, and refined tastes. All right. So our food stalls can get upgraded with pottery. Oh, hell yeah, dudes. Upgrade that, no problem. Worshipping with style. Cup blocks. You guys just required furniture? Yeah, but a lot of furniture. 50. Oh, this is part of my problem again here. All these people working in the bakery when there's nothing to bake. So we're making 24 eggs. Okay. 200 meat between balties. And 17 mushrooms a year. That's it. That's all the mushrooms we make. I like how it's clearly like you're meant to have like your farmland is meant to be like this big. It's meant to occupy vast swaths of territory. These guys look like they're making 268. And you guys are consuming 31. All right, well, at least that works out okay. I feel like a tavern could go really well right here or here. And I could put the brewery right here. I'm really seeing two different shops. Two different types of places in here at the moment. We'll give it a shot. You know what? Let's also just dig out that. Why not? Why not? Give him something to dig. $600 stone. I guess we'll start stockpiling stone now too, which is nice. 56. Massive fishery upgrade. Giving us an extra 0.5 down here. This should be like an extra 100 fish. Clay pit feels like it's making too many people. The growth of our mushroom farms is showing much promise this year, and if the gods are willing, the harvest will be extra bountiful. Thank you, gods. Very cool of you. Like, I suppose I just have to dig out massive space for these mushroom farms. That's the current mushroom farm. So I could go like down and over. And then all over there would also fit. What a monstrosity this is. All for a little bit of mushrooms. Now, somewhere up there is a job, yes. You're just adorable. Please accept this handout of fabric. I will take your handout of fabric. Thank you very much. I'm not above your handouts, humans. You think we're adorable, but one day we're going to eat all of you. And then who's going to be adorable? It's gonna be us still. We're gonna be cute as heck. You wait and see. Humans, I want more of you. Not enough stages, not enough hearths, not enough wells. For some reason, they're always upset that we don't seem to have enough bathrooms. Perhaps if I made our bathrooms more posh, they would feel differently. The bathhouse is working. I know that they would like it more if it was hot and fresh, but I mean, they still seem to be using it, right? Bathhouse, 62%. Yeah, for sure they are. I suppose it's like I could also just like fill up these other parts, like fight pits and everything. Do we have enough workers to keep them clean? Yeah, they're all set to auto. 42% workload, so they should be fine. I suppose what I could do is literally just make this bigger. Do a little bit more of a rework, but could be nice. Double the size. Double make gum. Big public restroom. And somehow I continue to run out of space to live. I just need to expand in like all directions right now. I need room for like wells. Need room for more houses. We just got to keep digging away at the edges of the cave is what I'm finding. You guys seem pretty happy on everything. Yeah, you know what? The humans are getting much happier as well. And we're self-sustaining. 95 food minus 92 out. We are officially making enough food that we are in the positive. Now I'm going to expand this lab. We're going to make it real big. What do the basins even do? Increases their hygiene. Oh, okay. You know what? They have the bathhouse next door. I think they'll be fine with just this small addition. I don't really have the furniture for you right now. Somehow I have 20 extra workforce. Oh, wow. We just got a big chunk of humans in. So if there's 5 people working here and there's 20 people working here, let's up this to 30. Maybe even higher. We'll start with 30. And we'll see how we do. We're in the last like 24 pieces of this cave. And then we have the stone, we have the iron ore, we have the stillite. We actually don't have charcoal. Charcoal is here. I mean, it's easy enough to reach. My question is just how to keep it safe. Because I can't cave it in. Like, I can cave in all this stuff. What worries me is, like, bandits sneaking through. You know what? Maybe that's not something I really need to worry about. Well, they just do all of that like this. And then I think what I'll do is a path right along the globes. The globy globs. This way we can minimize kind of the amount of fertile land lost. Nice straight path. All right, these guys are now consuming 167 grain a year. And we make 371. But the brewery bound to occupy a little extra. So if we put kettles there, I was worried about that. I think it ends up being just too big. We could put kettles there. That's 6 employees. That feels pretty good. Storage can be long, or it can be double fat. We could do ox kettles there, and then storage, say... like that. You know what? I think that looks pretty slick. I'm okay with it. Then we have the tavern. I do feel like the tavern kind of has to go here because it could be huge, right? And we want it to be a centralized location. So we could literally just dig this whole chunk out. Make it a big boy right in the middle. I am suddenly extremely homeless. He says suddenly as if he wasn't aware of this happening. Chunk by chunk. Chunk by chunk. Nemki, hello. How you doing, dude? You bought Rimworld, but the last DLC, Last Spell DLC has also come out. Yeah. Oh, you've never played the Last Spell? Oh, it's really, really good. I was eyeing up that DLC earlier the week. Fantastic game. I had a great time playing it last year. Can I maybe sneak, like... The longhouse is a bit too big. What if I spun a house? I'll allow that. It's a bit tight quarters, but... My goal kind of up here is to also just have room for more housing blocks. We might do like tight alleyways here. Can't quite get it right. It's gonna be like a double thick wall. All right, whatever. Oh, we could add room for other things. There might end up being some shops or something up here, workplaces. Also, hello. The Twins came out like 2 months before it came out. No shot of you playing it. Oh yeah, that makes it a little bit difficult. Even 2 months after. Gets a little bit complicated when suddenly you have a bunch of babies thrown into the mix. Could see that being some trouble. All right, well, people certainly have their work cut out for them right now. I think I have to be patient and let them dig. Security is 100% chance. Decreases the chances of us being raided. I'm curious, if we have 150 people, like... What's the army of these guys like? Is there a way for us to know? They have a total population of 1,000. Ah. If I send an emissary to them, which I have to unlock down here somewhere. Embassies, the School of Charm. Increase morale. Security. Offense skill. Defense skill. All this is kind of expensive. Whoa, we're up to 500 tech points. Like we started booming here. Oh yeah, I was going to build a hospital, which is exactly 500. So, boy, no time like the present. This is what I wanted to build in this little spot. Beds. Just a metric ton of beds. Bit bigger than I thought they'd be. So close. Ah, this place requires tools to start. I guess we could just do it like this. 17 patients. Feels like that's going to get overloaded pretty quickly, but we might as well. That's the door. Give it a shot. Why not? What is your dream breakfast? We make eggs Benny yesterday. It's rare, but also so good. Yo, that's very, very nice. I make a breakfast sandwich that is like notorious among my group of friends because I used to make it for my buddies when they got really, really hungover. And I think it still is kind of like my dream breakfast. And it's an everything bagel with cheese. Any cheese, really. Cheese, bacon, egg, avocado, tomato, spinach. Everything bagel. It's big. It's kind of messy, but it's really, really tasty. And it's got all like the little parts that you need. All the tasty bits. Okay, we're falling back a little bit behind on food here. It feels like you can't go wrong with a breakfast sandwich, you know? They're very adaptable. You can make them to people's needs. Hunting a lot of these guys right now. I just want to fill our stores. Nice. These guys like us. They're giving us bread. They must be scared of our mighty insect ways. Foolish humans. Does sound nice, though. Exact breakfast sandwich minus the tomato. Acid reflux. Yeah, that's fair. A lot of people have that, yeah. Samesies. Here you go. Kindred spirits. I love a good tomato. They got that good umami taste. It's hard to replicate, you know? No matter what you're making, it can be a little hard to replicate. Why am I up to 80 fabric? You know what? Humans. You may now have fabric for your homes. I have decreed it. Let it be so. I suppose I could also just start importing tools. Damn, stuff is expensive, though. Ooh, these tools, they be expensive. Let's cut down on one of those fish crates. And I'll build a tool crate in here. We gotta need another warehouse soon. Things are starting to add up. Training myself to eat tomato and then found out you had acid reflux. I mean, can you just have like a Tums or a Gaviscon or something with it? I would hate to deny you. Hate to deny you your tomato. Boomer chat. Try the same. It turns out I have a really hard time doing anything afterwards for pain, so I stopped. Yeah. No, that's fair. I have like stress-induced acid reflux, and it is crippling when it gets really bad. Absolutely kills. So I'm gonna turn up this bakery to 10. Because it seems like we're making more grain than we can cook at the moment. And we're also making a crazy amount of bread. So much so that I'm like, should we be exporting bread? We're up to 50 humans. Oh, wow. I'm gonna let us take in more. A new level has been bestowed upon our name, Aprontix Ray. You now have the title of Grand Conqueror, and as such you have divine permission to recruit a nobleman Who can recruit you greatly? Ooh, dudes. Population 220 people. I'm like, yes, I finally secured my food. Time to grow an additional 50 people. Technically still there, though. $300. You guys just need metal. But, like, am I really in need of additional clay? I don't feel like I am. The carpenter can get upgraded with 100 metal. The bakery with 82. The lab? Excuse me, 192. The potter, not at all. Posh relief. Requires fancy market tech. Where's fancy market? 300. Goodness. Goodness. $200 meat there. We're so close to iron. Gotta upgrade the stage with some marble blocks, some fine cut marble blocks. That looks nice. What about these wells? Oh my god, we can upgrade the wells with clay. Are you kidding me? Let's upgrade all of the wells. Can't believe I didn't notice we could do that before. Upgrading is something I definitely feel like I have fallen behind on compared to everything else. Got like another well right here also. The brewery can't get upgraded. Needs charcoal. Needs pottery, grain, and charcoal. It can make piva. The other option is it can use apples to make shida. But we just got access to all this charcoal. So what we're going to do is we're going to set down a coal mine. A big, big tasty one. And I guess we'll expand it a little bit out here so that we can do the storage and oxes. Ooh, efficiency is not efficient with these guys. I'm actually going to clear out a bunch more of this mountain. So that I can have storage and I can have all my ox structures in here. So a big storage. Let's say here. And then this can all be ox structures. Grand wall, stone wall, fortifications, palisades. I don't want anybody getting any ideas. There's some globes that we could hunt out there, but like, yeah. It's all coming together, dudes. Tried to place tomatoes with peppers. Way better. Yeah. Oh, man. I love peppers. But they don't have the same taste, you know? They're good, but they don't have the same taste. I think I would like to start doubling up some of our roads here as well. Anywhere that we can. Just so there's more room to move around. I feel like that's something lacking in our settlement. Highways. The gods have forsaken Slibbin and the rains have stopped. If this keeps up, it will devastate our crop. Everyone must now pray. Pray to the insect god of death and damnation, that he may save us. I don't know. Doesn't really sound like the kind of god to help us out. But you never know. Just gonna fill in all of this with road. A little bit there, a little bit there, a little bit here. It has occurred to me that we actually don't have any roads to these northern parts of the cities that I've built. Didn't bother adding any roads whatsoever. I am a true monster. Sorry, my poor civilians. I will do better. Gotta try to do a little better for him. Get some humidifiers going as well. Because I know our bugs love a good humid environment. Food security, be a shame if our population increased. Peppers don't have the same, but they don't care much. Good, and red make problems, so I make extra use of them. Yeah. I mean, I cook with peppers pretty much constantly. They are one of the main... Easily one of the main ingredients of our household. By like a dramatic amount. Boop, boop, boop. Spore mushroom farm is gonna like just blow up when we have to rebuild it, but it just produces so little right now that I don't really care. I wonder about better roads. Fancy roads, 1,200. How about some benches? How about instead of that, we just build some benches? Nice roads back here. Some nice roads back here. Slap a little extra bench down. Hoping maybe we plant some flowers too. Always nice. When you can decorate just a little bit. I guess our people also do happen to like lights, which I don't really have around in a lot of places right now. So that might not be the worst idea to throw in a few of them. It's hard for me to tell what that hospital is doing right now. So much of this stuff like doesn't even, I haven't given myself any room to build stuff. You know what I mean? Really got to take out some walls. Add in some torchlight. That'll improve things. Our people are pretty happy. I mean, if you think about it, loyalty is at 97%. Happiness is at 97%. The only thing that could stop us now is perhaps, say, a giant army of bandits. Sounds like just the kind of thing to get on our case. No, evil gods need to take care of their minions. Would it be bad if your followers die off faster than they can do evil? Would be like a non-spreading virus. Bad, but harmless. We do have a few of those. Lads are out tilling the fields. So we pull up 208 grain. Oh, because we had the bad harvest last year. And we're using 368 plus a lot of trees. A lot of trees. I think we need to improve the woodcutters. Or at least start putting some more people working the woodcutters, maybe. Feels kind of like that job is lacking a little bit. And we could start up the tavern. To my neighbor 24, the gods have instructed me to arrange a pact with you. Please sign immediately. He wants to become colleagues. This is basically a non-aggression pact. And I don't want this, especially because he wants a lot of stuff from me. So we're going to decline that. And we go hope for the best. That is a very big tavern. It's capable of serving 360 people. I am never going to be able to afford this. What do carpets add? Oh, carpets also add coziness. Well, if I was to add carpets there, and there, I could probably sneak in another table if I'm going to be honest. I like that in theory I could push it to the edge. Which means I probably could put a full table in like that. But then I wouldn't really have room for the knickknacks. $420 people can fit in our tavern. It's going to cost us 300 furniture, 400 wood, 292 fabric. It's actually going to cost us more than that because I need more carpets. Made like the smallest square of carpet. There we go. Oh, and it needs doors. Shocking that it needs doors. It's currently being made out of stone. I could make it out of granite, but I don't think that actually matters. Because it's built inside of a cave. I do wonder whether or not I should have another door, like, over here. That feels like it would be a good idea. And then we would add in another little road. Just like that. A little back entrance into the pub. I mean, if we wanted to, we could also add in like a door right there. And I'm not really seeing the harm in doing that. Give lots of access to the tavern. Excellent. This is all ready to rock. Mostly. We just need wood for the palisades. So our coal mine. We can set up. All this extra room here. So I thought storage like that. That gets the efficiency up pretty high. 82. Can I actually do these back to back? No. Almost, though. %. Can we sneak in any more of these, I wonder? Without it, like, really flubbing everything up. I could get up to 90, maybe. I could, I guess, just fill in this. Then add in, like, one of those. And what do I need? A 0.4? 0.3. That would do it. That would be 100% productivity in the charcoal mine. As we continue to overbuild. As is tradition. I'm also recognizing we're running out of houses again. We're running low on wood, but the good news is that we have like an infinite supply of trees. And seeing as we're going to need a crazy amount right now, I think I'm just going to set our guys down to cut like crazy. Let them go wild. Let them clear out this. This is all good farmland for us for later. We still have this massive gem mine here also that we haven't had access to. And the truth be told, we're pretty close to having enough tech to unlock that. Might lose out on total charcoal capacity if you build over them. So I'm not building... all of these ones are actually in the middle where there's not any deposits. It's a bit hard to see it. But they're very deliberately built on spots that don't have the charcoal deposits. Just in that little gap. So in theory, it should work okay. All right, we got 26 odd jobbers in the city. You gotta love to see it. Oh my god. There are 2 more mountains to dig. You're just so close. Here he comes. Feels like it's so far away that they can't even just like get this done in a day. They all have to keep doing these half jobs. Yeah. He keeps getting hungry and having to go back for food. That might actually have to be an outpost up there. I'm realizing. And suddenly spiders. I feel like we do good on spiders. All right, my dudes are tilling the land right now. So if ever was a time to rebuild this, I think it's now. We're going to go back to importing mushrooms. Just until we have enough to keep this farm up and running. And honestly, currently we're exporting furniture. I think I'm going to change this. I'm going to say start exporting bread. Because it seems like we have a crazy amount of bread that we don't really use. Once we get this charcoal in as well, we're going to start using a lot less wood. No, I'm going to put that all the way up. Because people will start using charcoal for fuel instead of wood, which is obviously super more efficient. All right, so there's an iron mine and a stillite mine. I actually don't know what stillite does. But we're gonna need... Stillite is important to religious rites and is a powerful trade goods. Some species have an obsession to build up a hoard of it. I believe that's the dwarves. Paper making. Schools. The other flip is I could save up the 1.2 thousand, import a bunch of metal, and upgrade the lab, which would let us upgrade more stuff. Let's unlock a crude smelter. And I guess let's unlock the smithy. Does the smithy let us make weapons? I suppose it must. Oh, I see. Yeah, we have to unlock weaponsmithing and armor smithing. That's all of our tech. I want to make sure that we're ready for war. So this is a real pocket of no fertility. And this is a real pocket of no fertility. So I could build all my smithy stuff right in here. We have access to unlimited stone. Not that we seem to need it, considering how much stone we have lying around. Just want to like loose cut this. However we decide we want to build in here. Let's go like that. And like that. Now, I might fill these areas in differently and just like build buildings within them. In fact, why don't we do something like a little cave? Feels more natural that way. I like the look of that. So that'll be for processing all of the iron ore, smelting down all the iron ore. All that charcoal is going to have to make quite a journey to get there, but I guess that's what transporters are for. We could probably build a warehouse up here. In fact, I think that's what we'll do. And then all this charcoal can get brought here to this warehouse. We can unlock transporters. He says, like he knows where that is. Transporters. We need fancy roads first, and then logistics. Which allows haulers to grab a lot more stuff. And then transporters. All right. So I think actually next we'll go for tech. We'll save up and we'll do this big tech push. I am running low on meat again. It seems my consumption has jumped up and my production has jumped down fairly dramatically. Let's just find us a couple of fat, tasty bugs to Hakuna Matata. And not very many big ones out here. All right. Oh, interesting. Our hunters are leaving the map over here now because it's faster than going all the way down here. Which has probably increased their production pretty substantially. Man, I can't believe we make like 28 eggs and that's it out of these guys. I don't even think they make enough eggs to feed however many employees work there. Versus the Balti crawlers who make like 100 food a day. Oi, oi, oi. All right, we're exporting pottery. We're exporting bread. We're importing metal, tools, and pottery. Lots of people working. Carpentry is definitely slowing us down a lot at the moment. Oh, makeshift weapons. Carpenter Warhammer. Yeah, so you can upgrade the basics of carpentry. But it adds so little. 0.05. I guess it adds up once you have a whole lot of it, but... How goes the song? Have the ants taken over the world yet? Have they found the mythical pile of sugar? If the mythical pile of sugar is iron ore, then yes. Have we taken over the world? Not quite, but we have begun to start prepping to arm ourselves. I think I am going to say fill in this mountain also. I don't need that stone. We have this stone. All right, we have an absurd amount of work to be done. It is never ending. Lots of good trees being cut down. I'm starting to wonder whether or not we could use more delivery men. I guess these guys have enough wood. Oh, wow. I didn't even realize this. You can make shields. One thing we're actually not storing at the moment is... we don't need vegetables, and I don't think we need apples either. We're not storing leather. And our hunters do generate leather. At least I believe they do. Import depots. 31 warhammers. Can you believe this? I've been meaning to import tools, and instead I've been importing warhammers. Except I didn't have any space to store them because I don't have any warehouses set up, so they weren't actually importing them, but that's why we weren't getting any tools coming in. Case because you asked at the end of yesterday's stream, Anzac Day, the National Day of Commemoration of Australia and New Zealand for victims of the Great Emu War and for recognition of the role of their armed forces against the emus. It marks the first major military action fought by Australia and New Zealand forces during the Emu War. Anzac stands for Australian and New Zealand Army Corps. Well, I'm glad you guys did so well against those emus. It's important to remember our history. Oop. I'm out of clay? Wow, I never thought that would happen. These guys want to give me 352 stone. Dude, I do not need stone. The last thing I need is stone. I'm going to stop exporting bread and I'm going to start exporting cut blocks of stone. Because we have a lot of them. We're actually maxed out on them right now. So it seems like a pretty surefire bet, and we're kind of running low on bread, so I should stop probably eating all my bread. We're proud of our emu overlords, as you should be. It just makes sense. This coal mine is going to be a long time coming, I think. If I didn't do nonsense projects like dig out an entire mountain, I probably wouldn't struggle so bad with things like this, but here we are, one mountain deep. I guess I might as well add some more homes. I do really like the idea of assigning this massive noble room, the chamber. Where would I want my noble to live? Could we just put him right here? Requires 20 gemstones, 50 fabric, and 60 furniture. 1 servant and 2 residents. I think I'm gonna have to focus on just a couple more houses first. I don't mind that we have like one section of square houses because we have so many other weird hodgepodge sections. It's like support pillars for the rest of the caves. It's kind of how I'm thinking of it. Cleared 94.2. So they're clearing this out before they start hauling everything over here. We have the stones. We do not have their furniture. Wow, the tavern is not that far off. We've been filling it with fabrics. We have more people who want to move in, both human and Garthinis. So I think I just need to wait. Just wait a little bit. My dear underlings, today marks the grand day we've been waiting for. 1/4 of the mountain is now dug out and we call it our home. You realize if we could build outside, we could be a world power by now and be swimming in wealth and food. Get that one back to the indoctrination chambers. He clearly hasn't had enough. Yeah. I mean, it's just that the bug people like mountain. Like, they like mountain even more than stone, which is why all of our buildings are mountain. Like, that's why we dug the giant bug hive. We have a lot of wood. What is our metal going towards right now? Or is it just that we don't have the money? I think we just don't have the money. Too busy exporting other stuff. Or importing cloth, really. It's good though, the cloth's almost done. Tavern's almost up and running. The irony is that I can't even make booze until I get this charcoal pit running. All right. They got the Palisades though, and they are bringing in furniture. I guess these guys don't make leather. Ah, you can tell them to make meat or leather. I see. Oh, speaking of meat, oh God. It's happened again. You know, I probably do not need to be so precious about this herd, and I could just, like, say, eat half of them at any given time. I just want to give them a chance. Get nice and plump. Kind of imagine that conversation between the bug queen and a human lab researcher. Love the idea of the humans just like being saucy. Why are they all covered in dirt all the time is what I want to know. Like they have the bathhouse right next to them. And the poop house. They could choose to be clean. Perhaps it is because the floor of everything is made out of dirt. Dirt and fungus. Fungus highway. By adding fermented hay, the formula becomes even more potent and creates a better road and better smell. Dark Plaza. Expensive to upkeep, but a must for respectable Dark Lords. Interesting, interesting. Guess what you have to do tomorrow? It's making you hella nervous. Do you have to get a finger stuck up your butt for a prostate exam? That's my guess. Can I make it stone floors? The bugs don't like stone. It's hard on their little clicky clacky feet. All right, that's not going to be too bad. Oh, this is done. Let's just get rid of that job. Nobody needs to run all the way out and do that. We are secure in our mountain home. We now have access to the deep metals and the good metals and the good goods. You got to take a 60 question test with a 150-minute time limit, 42 correct responses to pass, and the test covers 14 CFR 107. Unmanned aircraft general airman's knowledge test. Ooh, do you get to fly a plane if you're done though? Because like, that'd be kind of worth it. If you get good plane flying time. Sounds rather interesting. It does, absolutely. I don't know, man. I like taking tests, personally. It's a fun chance to, like, get to show what you know. Realize, like, I do know how to do this. Wait a minute, I do know what I'm doing. Assuming, that is, that you know what you're doing. Otherwise, a little more complicated. An unmanned plane. Oh, cool. Who do you plan to be drone striking? I know we love a good drone strike in America, so. That's a yes, you're getting a finger up the butt, only it's the government doing it. $175 an attempt. Well, that's no problem. You're going to pay $175 and you're going to pass. Bada bing, bada boom. You got to have faith. You got to believe. As George Michaels once famously said, you just got to have faith. And And if George Michael's is not your thing, a Limp Bizkit also said it as well. It's not a question of who, but more of when. Drones searching for lost hikers and downed airplanes. Oh, that's really cool. I like that. Oh, this is why we're running out of food. It's because the mushroom farm is not getting mushrooms. Because we're spending all of our money on trying to build hospitals and taverns instead of feeding our people. I hope this grain farm figures out its what's going on with it, because I clearly need more grain. I might actually build a second grain farm. I know. You said we'd build giant opium farms. And we will. Can we even start building opium farms? No, we have to research it. Oh, I guess we're going to need opium farms for the hospital. Maybe. Maybe. It's more for the work injuries. I think George Michael probably knows quite a lot about having fingers up his butt as well, so I would trust his opinion. There you go. I would trust him any day. What is grain but the opium of the masses? I mean, there's definitely some truth in that. Have you seen how angry people get when they don't have bread? Like IRL? It's very angry. People get very upset when they don't have their bread. It says I'm storing 750 wood in warehouses. Okay. Oh, it's because we upgraded this warehouse, so it's really good now. Can I upgrade you again with just pottery and blocks? Our two most common things. We have so much room for activities now. Oh my god, this warehouse just got crazy good. Okay, I don't need that much stone. 500 livestock, 1,000 meat. We don't have any rations yet. I suppose we're gonna make Piva, so I might as well add a crate in here for that. Why don't we add in a marble block storage here? That should solve that problem pretty nicely. I kind of want to add in fabric storage, but I'm not going to do it yet. But opium storage, sure. Prerequisite for starting training, I need a certain number of hours as a PIC. Then I need to do 5 sorties under training situations. Then I need to hit 7.5 hours as a PIC. Then you can be qualified to run a mission on your own. Then you need to catch a year's experience before you can teach. Nice. That was a religion? Let them eat cake? I don't think it was a religion. I think it was just an uppity noble who didn't know better. There's a reason she got beheaded. The French made a pretty good demonstration of that a few dozen years ago. If I don't have bread to go with my soup, I'd revolt. It's actually like every single revolution in history apparently is like caused by the lack of bread. Pretty much people will only go into violent revolt when bread prices go out of control. Q looking at today's society. It's the #1 reason for revolt. For violent revolt is expensive bread. And I get it, man. I'm with them all the way. All right, homies, we're not allowed to build anything else that requires furniture until we have this furniture problem settled. I will build some houses, though. I have 20 homeless Garthemis? But I have 25 available housing? Are they just... I think the Garthemis want housing closer to their jobs. How dare they? I think this is the problem I'm starting to have now, is that my homes and my jobs are too far away from each other. What I really need is access, like, here. And I don't know how to do that without blowing something up like these houses. Which I very easily could do. Actually, if I bought both of those houses forward, I could cut a road in right there. Something to consider. Point of order, it's miscredited to Marie Antoinette. It was actually set by someone about 100 years before her. Only credited to her about 50 years after her death. I did not know that. In the US, it was tea. Well, in the US, it was taxes. The tea was just like their first bullet. Too much tea, not lack of it. Yeah, more harbor taxes for tea. Massive extortion through taxes on tea, but I'm just saying it wasn't bread that time. Oh, okay. So it's actually that they couldn't get their tea. I'm not American. I don't know how your tea shenanigans work. I'm drinking cups of coffee and jugs of maple syrup. It's by law. I'm required to. Running low on every type of food that we have. I suppose it is the middle of summer. If ever there was a time to run low on food, it's probably right about now. What are those guys doing? Just like hanging out down here, jumping in the water. Skinny dipping. Huh. It's because it's hot. And they want to cool down. Does this work? Will they build a little pond here for me? Ooh. Oh yeah, and they love skinny dipping in it. Dudes, it is a pool party down here. They absolutely love it. I've never seen our little bugs so obsessed. They all want to come down to the hot, hot summer weather. Hang out at the pool. Or at the pond, as it were. Well, that's pretty good next to the clay pits. Work in the clay all day and then hop into the pond, clean yourself off, cool down a bit. Some serious hate if you're willing to start a war over it, but I guess that's coffee drinkers for you. Revolted, made a giant teacup out of the harbor and started drinking coffee. Coffee intake, we were awake for longer hours and more alert during them. But then you crashed so hard. Coffee is superior in the strictest sense. That's definitely how it went. I mean, I like this alternative history. Do bugs wear clothes? I'm not sure it's skinny dipping if they're always naked. I mean, we definitely don't have any clothes. Great question, though. Definitely a solid question. I'm going to build some benches down here, I think, so that people have a place to hang out. This has really become a popular spot now that we've put a pond down here. I didn't realize it would happen like this. It's so funny. The idea of also like that, we just have a pond that's next to the entire river. And everyone's like, yeah, we'd rather swim in that for sure. Swimming and hanging out. All right, let's let them build. All I really need to do is keep an eye on that rapidly replenishing food supply. 61. Okay, so we are starting to purchase mushrooms. We do have grain coming in from the harvest. Are you guys stocking booze now? I think you are. Yeah. You are set to hold 1,000 furniture, which seems like maybe overkill. Wow, this upgraded warehouse is bananas. How much more it can store. And I'm actually wondering, like, are we no longer going to sell pottery and cut stone until we, like, max out that warehouse? Okay, we're into winter. We're already out of meat again. This is now becoming the continuous problem of this campaign. That bug is 123? That can't be right. That must have been 2 bugs together. All right, we'll see how that goes. Produce 371, and you use 260 something. You're not using any because we don't have charcoal yet. Feels like we went through a lot more grain than we should have in that short span of time. I have a question, which is, does this ore mine require furniture? Yes. I have another question. Does the smelter require furniture? No. It requires stone, which we have so much of. Oh, I bet this furnace requires it, though. Oh, I don't think it does. Go on. Go on. I might actually make this room a little bit smaller, based on how this is looking right now. I need to create a 50% bump. And I could easily do that with, say, that many. And that many. I mean, we have all these supplies in spades, so... you know what? I'm just going to make it bigger, and I'm just going to give it more storage room. Oh, you can only have one. Well, what if I did that then? Then you would cost less. Yeah, why not? I don't need to be picky. If you're gonna skinny dip, at least do it next to the road for people to watch. Absolutely. Listen, man, we got a bunch of bugs walking around. Free as could be. Why not just let everybody enjoy? English have mandatory tea time and Canadians have mandatory Mabel time. The list goes on. French definitely didn't play a massive role. No, they never would. Yeah. Wasn't definitely a giant French fleet blockading the ocean and preventing reinforcements. And then they had their own revolt. I do love it. I've been playing a lot of Crusader Kings lately. So I'm always happy to dive into a little medieval shenanigans. That was an excuse given for the tax hike. The British Army had thought the French to stop taking over the US. Yeah. History is full of hilarious bits and pieces of repairing a minor inconvenience with large-scale conflict, no matter the reason. Yeah, we've done some pretty dumb things throughout history, that's for sure. Why fix the issue when you can fix it with war reparations? Empty, overfilled prisons the cheap and easy way? Yeah. The EU4 method. No money, let's declare war. Hyper efficient. Think how much cash we can make. The answer is a lot. Where is... Not metal smelter, smithy. And do you require things as well? Yes, you require many things. These guys probably can't produce anything at the moment. So I'm going to just turn them off. The Modest the Conqueror extended blah, 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 extends greetings to Aprontix Ray 24. I love that our name is 24. He wants to become colleagues. No, thank you. I am getting a little bit like... All right, they have 450% happiness with us. They have 2.24 fists. What does this mean? Power. And what do I have? 1.00 fists? I need to know how many fists I need to start fisting these guys. I'm gonna take that lab upgrade. While I can. America, war crimes. Someone that understands. I mean, keep up the act. Have I tried the WOD mod for CK3? Winds of Darkness. I don't know WOD. The answer is no. I've actually not tried any mods for CK3, if you could believe that. It's one of my most played games and I've never modded it. Honestly, the DLC is really just like good on its own. Is that the vampire mod? I know the vampire mod is meant to be really good. They have sharp sticks. Only problem with the EU4 method, I don't think there's many wars in countries that made a profit off of war. Have you seen America? I suppose it's not that the country makes a profit off of war, but people within the country make a profit off of war. The Vampire the Masquerade mod. Yeah, okay, yeah. I really want to try that one out. It looks quite good. I'm going to start pumping our tech back into food. Also. So I think we can maybe start doing that. These guys are only missing jewelry. They're also a little low on, I see, furniture. But that's only because I'm trying to build way too much stuff. In fact, an accident has occurred. 5 subjects were injured and will seek out a hospital in the woodcutters camp. How do you have an accident in the woodcutters camp that 5 people? Did 5 people get hit by a tree? I guess it's possible. I suppose that's why they call it an accident. This tavern is almost done. The hospital is not almost done. The mushroom farm is halfway done. Never import. Oh, that might be why that's not being done. I think we're not importing anything right now because where I increased the warehouse capacity, I think it's causing us all sorts of troubles. There just like ain't quite the right amount of room for anything anymore. Gonna build a couple lamps around. World of Darkness. Oh, I was close with Winds of Darkness. Vampire the Masquerade was most well-known splat. And the one that CK3 mod POD has the most of it. Never used World of Darkness to refer to those games. We called them the White Wolf games as a collective. Yeah, White Wolf I do know. I don't think people use White Wolf anymore because of one of the people behind it. I think one of the guys, like the main guy from White Wolf, got super canceled for being a turbo creepazord. It was a while ago. This was many years ago, though, so don't ask me exactly what it is. Hi, Mona. You just falling asleep on the carpet there? This cat. She won't come up in my lap, but she will just, like, sleep underneath the wheels of my chair. If you place the expenses for the military against the immediate gain, including secondary and alternative costs, no convinced that any country as a whole profits. Yeah, I mean, I think if you fire a single missile, you're like, do you know how expensive missiles are? It's crazy. Hard to make the calculations. Yeah, there's a lot of, you know, also how do you put value on like taking over a sphere of influence on a geopolitical stage? You know, it's complicated. Okay, these guys actually used all of the grain last year, so I do need a bigger grain farm. Or a second grain farm. RIP my opium fields. One day, maybe. Do I want them to touch completely? Or do I want a little space in between them? In case I need to build a road. It's a true cat jam of a song. Come on, bugs. Some of you must be fat. What are you doing out here not eating all the time? That's what I want to know. Does it really matter? Should I just not be maybe grabbing like half of you at a time? I think I'm going to just start doing that because it seems like it's like random how fat they get. Here go our hunters. No. Those aren't hunters. Oh, these are export guys. Oh, cool. I actually never noticed those before on the map. Our hunters leave here, but the exporters actually have to go all the way to the main road. I guess isn't really my problem. Oh, this guy is very dying. I thought about building a door back here, but then I thought, no, there's no way anybody will be stupid enough to get stuck in this tiny little room in the back. Stop picking your nose while playing. It's not befitting the Lord. We want better access to better speakers. It's occurred to me that we also just don't have a job here. How am I out of workforce again? This says I have 30 available housing for humans. All right, dudes, you're going up to 100. I've made the decision. Seeing as you're the ones who eat the bread. No, also none of you want to join. Okay. Salve, great one. I am Kylar Carpenter, the leader of a non-profit organization called the Band of Crom. We are nearby ATM, and it would be shame to leave you without an opportunity to pay us tribute. All we ask in return is small compensation. What say you? We have an army. It's just that they don't have any kind of weapons. But we're bug people. So technically they do have weapons. They're just their claws. I want to see what the combat's like. And I've been waiting a long time to see how it works. So I don't know how we're going to do, but we have almost 200 insect troopers. So I guess we'll see. One of the writers occasionally wearing an exact replica of an SS uniform. Why 5th edition removed a lot of the awful stuff. I mean, 5th edition ran into a lot of absurd problems. I don't understand where the hell all my jobs went. Let's try that. I removed like one job and it created like 10 jobs. The auto balance is very confusing at times. Also, apparently, I have another mass homelessness problem, so. We're going to do our best to fix that again. If that's the right size. How do I want that? Is it like that? Yeah, I guess it would be like that. Little steps. Bugs do not negotiate with terrorists. Did we buy all those Warhammers? I'm unclear on what happened there. I think I was set to buy them, but I didn't have any space open in any of my warehouses, so they weren't actually buying any of them. What I really need is armor. Somebody please let this guy out. Someone showed up and was like, I'm going to dig it a little bit. And then leaves. This guy must be freaking out. Oh, he is wearing clothes. Fools, you passed up the opportunity of a lifetime. Now you have no choice but to pay you a little visit. Since you didn't submit to their demands, the band of Crom have gathered to the southeast of our city. We can attack them now or wait and defend on native soil. Well, I have great news. We massively outnumber them. I have bad news, though. They have way better armor than me. And training. This is gonna be curious. I guess let's start. Like, my guys basically have no equipment, and they have like a full set of equipment, but we also outnumber them to a crazy percentage. Increase defense, but decreases offense. Start running in their current direction until they reach an enemy or obstacle. Soldiers will not have a lot of defense, but will gain a lot of momentum when colliding, as well as scaring the enemy force. Can I bring like these guys up that way? And these guys kind of down this way? And then like charge and charge. And then these guys can kind of go in that way. Need these guys to move way faster. So I think our dudes have really terrible morale and are instantly routing. This does appear to be the case. I had a feeling something like that might happen because our dudes are not trained properly at all. Our men have thrown away their lives in vain. The forces of Mylar Carpenter will be here any minute. We must pray for mercy. Oh, wow. All of those routed units instantly got killed. Oh my god, dudes. You've got to be kidding me. Can nobody just build a wall here? Build a door? What do you mean waiting for work? You all have work. There are 154 jobs that need to be done right now. Don't tell me waiting for work. An enemy host of 5 men have been seen gathering west of the city preparing an assault. Muster your forces and fight them. If they reach the throne, it's all over. Wow, I wish I didn't fight them in the fields. 5 men would have been a lot easier to take on. Look into Henry's eyes. Does he look like someone you should call a fool? Do bugs eat warhammers? We misunderstanding it's the type of gamers workshops type of warhammers. Bugs don't know fear? Apparently our bugs very much know fear. That is all they know. I don't know how the humans are gonna do. I hope the humans don't know fear. I have no idea what's gonna happen here. Our hunters are nearby. Can I raise an army? I don't even have an army anymore. So I guess they just show up. They're going to take whatever they want, kill whoever they want. And then we'll see what happens. If they reach the throne, it says it's game over. They're building a catapult. Is that necessary, you guys? I guess we have auto saves that we can load. I wish we had a hatchery. Where are the hatcheries? Procreation. They eat meat. 1 every 20th day, and each station needs 1 meat per day to operate, or the cocoon will die. Curious. 1 secure archer tower with an archer could have saved us, but we didn't think ahead. Have you tried throwing an asteroid at them? Like bugs like to do that? I mean, the funny thing is that they seem to all be existing on manning the catapult, but the catapult can't probably hit my throne because it's inside of a mountain. I love that our bug hive has become a human hive. They're beginning to train. As the fresh bugs come in. Oh, they've actually left the catapult. Some of them have gone into the hunter's hut. I think they're fleeing the temperature and hiding inside. Definitely makes me want to move this throne. Tell you that for sure. Dwarves can't bring themselves to herd a mountain. We're safe. Free catapult. Yeah, maybe. Uh-oh. Maybe they were just waiting for this backup. Yep. Looks like that's probably the case. Where is this army? Can we muster? I didn't click the muster button. Oh, now some of them are leaving. Uh-oh. It's like that homie got flattened. Get them, boys. Use your superior bug claws. Bleeding badly. No, we scattered. I guess we'll see what happens here, or what happens when they reach the throne. They have sacked your treasury and collected 30% of your warehouse stock. Okay, so it's not game over, though. Though I guess my entire army did die. And they took the catapult with them. All right. I'm willing to take that as an L and come back from that. I'm also willing to refill this mountain cave. And create a safer environment for our throne. We are bug. The pinball defense. They just start banging off all the walls. I like that they have a win condition, yeah. No food. Well, yeah, we got meat. We got meat. I mean, our big thing is like we don't have a lot of people. And they ain't coming in hot anymore. So I'm actually gonna build a hatchery. And you might be saying, Agent, where are you going to build a hatchery? That's a great question. I guess here? And that would be my door. Six breeding spots. What if I did this? How can this be blocked by terrain? It's all blocked by terrain. Ah, you can actually just click that button and it lets you build. No, that's really good to know. Lets you build anywhere you want. Well, I mean, if that's the case, what if instead we put all these nice humidifiers in the back? I need to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 room for humidifiers. And then we could just grow it like this, do a little design. Bada boom, bada bing. Heck, we might even be able to sneak in another one here. Yeah, kind of, but I don't really like it. 12 breeding spots, 4 employees. 100% efficiency. Let's take it. We got the meat for it. It's going to take forever for them to dig it out, but... Your wife's coworker who got placed on paid suspension on Monday evening will apparently not be returning to the company. I wonder why. Hey, our tavern is working. But it doesn't have any booze, so we probably shouldn't have anybody working in it. I need to start like just cutting down on jobs left, right, and center because we simply don't have the pop for it at the moment. And none of our jobs have like proper priorities. You need to be... What's better? High priority or low priority? High priority. Bacti crawlers and Globians kind of need constant people on them or they die. And I would also say the fishery is pretty high priority. Food, most important. Okay, so what did we learn? Our Themes are really bad at morale. If we picked up soldiering, we could pick up drilling and increase morale. I'm sure also having, you know, even basic equipment might make a bit of a difference. That being said, we have an extreme inefficiency here in the lab. So funny because I queued up like so many build orders right before this war happened. I kind of thought like our people who died would just like run back home. Foolad I am. Well, we build a little workplace there so that they start working on the hatchery right away. Are the employees nursery workers? Where did all the bugs go? Two-man humans? The bugs tried to defend the colony and failed miserably against the dwarves. It's pretty much what happened. At least things are a little bit more secure. We improve. We work, we grow, we improve. We have lots of room for our food stocks to replenish now. EDF came and did their thing. Your wife works at Crisis Nursery, state-funded program where parents can have their kids watched by certified people. Drop-in daycare, but with state funding and certification. Nice, nice. Can you have non-certified daycares in the US? I don't think that's even allowed in Canada. For free in case they have some sort of issue. Prior to include that they need a break for 2 hours to take a nap. Cursed long beards. Telling children if they hit, she would hit them back. One of the children was heard claiming that the coworker had actually hit her. Ooh. Cameras, investigations, etc. And now she's not coming. That's definitely a complicated one. Because you can't have kids just like hitting people. But hitting kids is also not the correct answer to that. There has to be some form of discipline in there, but preferably not the one where the kid actually gets smoked. Well, we have our second grain field up. At least that's one bonus of this food crisis, is we ended up with a lot of extra grain. Oh, I can't believe how much of our population got destroyed. Quick, we're building a hatchery 5v4 of the sexiest bugs in the hive. A slaver has arrived. Nah. Our bugs are coming back in. Our immigration is like quite appealing to the bugs. The gods have forsaken Silbin. And we have a terrible drought happening. Guess we got lots of supplies for this. Seems like these numbers are low. Oh, you know what? These numbers probably are low because humans are being forced to work those jobs. Yeah, we're almost even back out already. Boom, boom. Meow, 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 meow. We need 90 more mushrooms for the mushroom farm. We need 30 more furniture for the coal mine, which is coming in hot by the look of it. I need 41 tools for the hospital. I would like some Garthemi working in here, please. This is required to get our population back up. And I guess building these houses is no longer much of a priority. So I wonder what this looks like. Do they just put meat down on these beds and hope that ants will grow? Slaughtering the meat stores? Yeah. It's because we had to take like 71 to take this place. And it's going to use another like 11 per year or something. It's going to do a number. We'll fatten back up. Don't worry. We'll fatten these bad boys back up. What I'm really slaughtering is my lab tech score. We are falling super behind in technology because all the humans are having to work other jobs just to stay alive. What's this thing that's flashing? Messages. To arms. This is cool. I didn't actually realize there was a message tab. Well, our exports are still exporting. Slowly as they may be. As our ant numbers grow, our humans will get back to working in the labs automatically and working in the Globedian pastures. And I guess, like, what else are these guys really bad at? They're really bad in the warehouse, and they're really bad at grain, or they really hate doing grain. Oh, they're also not really big on smithing. And the humans? Do you feel differently about things? Humans love working in the universities. They love working in the labs. They actually like working on the fields as well. And I could be wrong. Yeah, it's mostly humans that are out here on the fields. So the game does tend to like prioritize like, oh, you have humans. They'll work the jobs they want to work. Which I'm super appreciative of. Oh yeah, look, little buggies. Little wormy guys. Difference between reacting and planning to use violence. Withhold treats after lunch, but not lunch, and that's about other than informing the parents. Passively interfere to prevent hitting. I mean, like, I worked as a camp counselor for years, and like definitely we ended up having like violent kids come through different of the programs. And the thing is if you're an adult and a kid goes to hit you, you can just hold their arm. You don't need to hit the kid back. That's insane. But you can just hold onto their arm and realize that they are a small child and are incapable of really doing much more than that. You don't have to hurt them, but you can do it passively to just be like, hey, you're not allowed to do that. Definitely not okay to hit a kid. Choosing to work where that's a possibility and going, oh, I'll just smack him back is totally not good. Yeah, just give him an old slippy smackety smack. Just a little smack. They didn't want to get a little smack. They should have kept the daycare in the first place. All right, this guy needs 5 more furniture. There's not enough knowledge to maintain our current technologies. As a result, all bonuses from tech are receiving a penalty, and some unlocked mechanics are now re-locked. Well, that's not good. I feel like there should be more people in here working. So I'm going to put this lab up to 15. And we're going to see if we can't fix this problem, because I am scared about what happens if we lose all of our tech bonuses. As I feel like that's what's keeping me ahead of the curve right now. All right. You guys just need to clear off these like piles of wood. And you're pretty much done. We'll finally have access to charcoal. Springtime, and we're almost out of bread. 99%. 100% construction. Hooray! Can we start with 5 coal miners? And can we put the coal in here in this massive warehouse? Does massive warehouse reach coal mine? It does not. Does other warehouse reach coal mine? It does not. That means I need a hauler. One hauler is good for that clay. I largely worry about this fish guy because I feel like he is not set up very well. So funny to see people skinny dipping. Child in question is 5 years old. My God, yeah. Work in a classroom, we had students try to shank another kid with a set of scissors. All we could legally do was corral him away from the rest of class. Had to be really careful in how we restrain the students. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. I think there's like pretty safe ways to restrain a student. That's not like a kid. That's not damaging or harmful, personally. Spanked your kid once and felt terrible about it. I mean, just... I got belted when I was a kid. Like, when we misbehaved, we learned a lesson pretty fast. And I definitely don't approve of that style. But it is a reality. Better than a smack, the alternative, yeah. Isn't really any reason I would. Put a butter knife in an electrical socket for the 3rd time. Ooh, yeah, wow, that's, I don't know. I guess my parenting style would be like, well, just electrocute yourself. You'll learn that lesson real fast. Loud noise. The fact the electricity severed the keys at the base. My dad showing me the breaker, telling me it was literally saved your life. Made me never want to do it again. I'm pretty sure if I have a kid, it's going to get itself killed. Because I'm going to be like, well, they got to learn their lesson somehow. Dad, why am I bleeding? Well, you shouldn't have played with that knife. The person in question is their definite answer. They shouldn't be working to care for other people's kids. Yeah, that's also like a very real. You got to know what you're doing. Can Can we pull from here? No, we'll just automatically collect. But you can pull from here. And you can collect charcoal. And then you can pull from here and collect charcoal. Actually, I just have him pulling everything from there. But I think that that's a good idea. They probably need it more in this warehouse than they do in the other warehouses. It's all the food. The clay, maybe not. Furniture, marble, pottery. Yeah, what? I'm okay with it. It'll work. Our dudes are replenishing like quickly. I'm happy to see. I am a little curious what happens with this hatchery when we hit like a certain population number. Will it keep producing children? Or will it be like, no, 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 that's enough. Only aspect that allows use of violence is actual self-defense or supporting self-defense. Actual fight can be potential hard to break up. Fights could be very difficult to break up. It really depends on like the type of people fighting and kind of what they're fighting about. Whether or not they're on anything. All right, I guess I don't have to hit up that quarry yet. But I would like to get us started on this iron mine. Now that we got access to coal. I suppose let's just like probably do the storage right there. And then maybe I can add auxiliaries. Come saw. 65% deficiency is not kind of number I'm going for here, dudes. $84, $93. Ay, 95. Can I get this a little bit more? 97. 100. It's a mess, but it'll work. Blind Lemon, thank you for the follow, dude. Welcome to the agency. Sorry, we're on such crazy talks today. Best way to break up a fight is a bottle of ice water. Breaks people out of their focus real fast. Yeah, just splash them. Dump your Stanley on someone who's fighting. Generally, I would actually just say stand between the two people. Most people, if they have any obstacle between them and the person they want to fight, will stop fighting them. It's the concept of like when you're fighting someone, you don't really want to like pull them from behind. You're better off to like stand in front of them. And try to like, just be like, I am in your way. Because you want to fight that person. You don't want to fight me. Because I haven't given you any reason to fight, any reason to be bad. So like, if I just stand here, then you have to decide like, am I going to beat up this person who has literally done nothing wrong in order to beat up this person that I want to beat up? And most people, they'll just calm down. Most people won't be too bad. I'm going to put a couple jobs out here because there's a fair bit to do. He says with 74 jobs unattended to. Physical shock sensations, short circuits their neurological pattern with the water. Yeah, harmless, but a bit annoying. I mean, some people will get like real raged out for something like that. But again, it always depends. Like, are you breaking up a fight of like a bunch of people on PCP downtown? Or are you like stopping a fight of like some buddies who have gotten out of control and don't really want to fight in the first place? Student arrested in high school for attacking teacher. Police suddenly had to use force to contain the student. They hadn't managed to get away. Again, that's high school, different levels of danger. Yeah. Other shocks you could do, but that one's very effective. Yeah, you could just electrocute them as well. Always an option. Youth crime crisis in your state. Kids as young as 9 getting arrested over 200 times for pretty serious stuff like break and entry. Oh my God. Yeah, I mean, that's always indicative of like a much greater problem, particularly around like the parenting. I mean, it's almost always about the parenting. It's not 100%, but it's almost always. Sometimes you can be as good a parent as you want, but your kid has, you know, something wrong in the chemistry of their brain, or they get in with the wrong crowd or on all the drugs. Don't stand between them. Teachers have been killed doing that, and the students didn't even know they were there. Well, you got to be ready to like catch a punch, you know. I'm not saying like if they have a knife, don't stand between them, but if they're just like fisticuffing, you can get between people. Again, if I'm talking about a fist fight, not like a knife fight. If it's a knife fight, you can get the hell away from there. There's only one way to win a knife fight, and it's to not participate in it. If 2 people have a knife, that is when that is like one of the only times I think you should really be calling the police. To be like, these guys are going to kill each other. Saj Waldo, hello. Welcome. You can do that only if you have some serious protection. Yeah, like again, don't get stabbed. I thought it went without saying, but don't get stabbed. General advice that I can give to everybody. Stab is bad. Oh, okay. We are hunting those things, right? Yes. I see we actually have a fish stockpile happening. The human workers have halted all progress in your labs in protest of what they call your bad judgment. What's going on, little homies? We don't have enough food. You're worried that our food stockpiles have gotten too low right before harvesting season. I mean, I can't entirely blame you. You're not wrong. I think I'm going to put a pause on... What are we even importing? Mushrooms, tools, and fabric. Let's drop that down. Actually, I kind of think... I'm wondering whether or not we just drop the entire metal import off altogether for a little while. I don't think we need it at the moment, so... Don't get stabbed. Words to live by. What are you gonna do? Stab me? Famous last words of guy who just got stabbed. How to break up a knife fight? We could always call Phelan to call in a drone strike. Not even a knife. My mom's told me about her teacher in the 70s. They were just punching each other. Her favorite teacher tried to get between them. They were trying to hit each other, and one hit him in the face and the other the kidney. I mean, also, okay, if they're, I guess I got to be a little more clear about this. If they're in the thick of the brawl, like swinging wild at each other, you don't want to go in there. Because, yeah, you will catch a stray for sure. Kidney ruptured at the same time he got knocked unconscious via concussive force. Kids didn't even know he stepped in. Died from septic shock in under 20 minutes. My God. Too fast. You can't see the opium fields. They're coming. They're coming. We've been clearing space. It's just that we've been having to deal with food. And now the army. So these guys are all on strike. Somebody should probably work this speaker's job. Because everybody's looking for the news and no one's here to deliver it. Can't believe we still have 71 jobs open. I gotta try to cut some of these down. $52. All right, that's better. We got to get the humans back on track. Talking about de-escalating a fight. Yeah. Step in hundreds of times. Easiest thing to do is send the kids to each other in class for 5 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, if it's, man, stopping a full-out brawl. There's not really a good way to do that. You kind of gotta wait till it hits some sort of break in the action or one side wins or the other. Because if you grab someone from behind in a brawl, you're likely to catch like an elbow. If you try to step in, you're likely to catch a fist. If you get anywhere near a full-out brawl, you're likely to just like catch a stray. Supposed to be fungus farms seem to not be finished yet. I was curious how they would provide. They weren't doing very well, so we like tripled their capacity, or 2.5 to their capacity. And it's been really, really slow trying to get in the supplies. We lost a lot of people due to the war. If we can call it the war. We had a very bad war that didn't go very well. All right, there's mushrooms right there. How come we're not picking those up? Can you haul from there? Full source hauler 1, hauler 2. That's the clay. That's the warehouse. Hauler 1, hauler 3, hauler 5. That's the charcoal. The mushrooms. Oh, you gather the mushrooms. And 2. So these guys are actually only going to haul from that warehouse then. Okay, the strike is over. But they're still not very happy. We did have a brawl in the streets, kill somebody. No one has claimed these remains. Build more burial sites. I'd rather not. I just don't really want a mass grave. I kind of want a nice graveyard there, so. Most schools I work, the unofficial policy, let it play out because your safety was more important. Yeah. I think that's totally fair. Take your glasses off is the advice if you're going to get in a fight. Yep. You cannot train knife defense. You can only learn knife survival. Yeah, yeah. Even if you're well trained, there's serious high risk of injuries. Yeah, I used to do a lot of Filipino martial arts, of which like self-defense and knife fighting was a big part of it. And that was always like basically what they said was like, if you get into a knife fight, you're coming out with a bunch of knife wounds. Doesn't matter how good you think you are or how cool you think you are, like you're gonna get stabbed and slashed. Even if you disarm them, even if you kill them in the process, like you're still gonna take knife wounds. So when we were kids, the fights would stop and everyone would scatter as soon as the teachers came running. At least that's how it worked at your school. Yeah, I mean, I feel like not the case anymore, but kids want to be real tough nowadays, so. Full on like 20-person brawl of all the day drinkers. We just closed the door, warned everyone in the store, and didn't open till it was done. There you go. Shock methods, water, loud sounds, not so much. Ammonia deliver a strong system shock if smelled. Options are really limited, yeah. Dick Marchenko taught me when you get in a knife fight, you have two options. Leave the fight, and if that's not an option, go into the fight understanding that you will get cut, because nobody who fights without knives comes out a couple of times without being sliced a couple of times. Yeah. Disable your opponent as quickly as possible and take damage to your least vital points. Backs your wrists, tops your shoulders, outside of your legs. Yep, 100%. It's basically the exact same way. Exact same way I learned. You just gotta be prepped to be like, oh yeah, no, you're gonna get cut up and it's gonna suck. Hey, we made booze. Which means we can open the tavern. Oh, you know what one of my biggest problems here is? I don't have a road that goes up to any of this. Which it's obviously going to need, because this is a massive like highway across my empire. Like even this is a road. People have just been clambering down like a dirt path. How'd we do here? 136 grain. Feels like the answer is not very good. Is it that I haven't had enough storage for all the grain? Because this says it makes 700 grain. Do you store grain? No, but you should, and that will solve our problem. Largely. Can you post the link? Yeah, of course. School was in the 90s for me. Times have certainly changed. Yeah. Said the same. Leaving a knife without cuts is impossible unless you bring a gun. Yeah, there you go. That's the way out, I guess. Krav Maga and Filipino. Yeah, yeah. That's what I studied. Yeah. Unless the attacker is completely shocked, you're going to choose wounds over giving up. I mean, the concept of that style of martial arts is always just like, at least this is what our teacher taught was if the guy is on PCP. That was the opening of like every scenario was like, now the real answer is don't fight them at all. But if the guy's on PCP and you have no choice in the matter, here's what you're gonna do. I always thought it was a pretty good way to describing it. You'd be like, yeah, you're right. I don't want to fight them, but if they were on PCP, I suppose. I'd have no choice. Look at all these guys enjoying their benches, hanging out down by the pool. Curious how my breeding center is going. Workload is low. So we got all this grain. But I don't know how well we're doing. Don't know how well we're doing with it. Still feels like we're eating through our bread very fast. It's literally not even winter. And we have no bread. These guys do not look like they are particularly regrowing that well either. Try to harvest only the big ones. All right. Yeah, this is coming along though. Clearing it out. Guy set up civilian training camp that he attended a couple times before he joined the Navy. I recognize his name, but Starship Troopers tell me it's possible to get cut by a knife in a nuke fight. Enemy cannot push the button if you disable their hands. Trainers always said if we were serious about self-defense, we had to learn to run a kilometer or 5 faster than the average assailant. There you go. That's how to survive a bear attack. You don't have to learn how to fight the bear. You just had to learn how to run faster than everybody else around you. Classic. The town's looking pretty good. I don't know what's going on with our tools, why we're not importing them at all. We're not really importing much in the way of fabric either. I guess the humans are using the fabric though to decorate. Oh, all these torches need metal. Ah, so maybe we were bringing in metal, but I was using it on all the torches around the town. I have a question. Is our janitor reaching everything? Not quite. And they seem to be a bit overworked. So it feels to me like another janitor up here would be smart. That's 40%. Can we get another 10 in here somehow? How is that allowed? You know what? I'm not gonna panic about it. I'm just gonna accept it. Obviously, he's a bit far away from everything, but I want him to be able to deal with the ore mine and the stone mine up here as well. And then eventually the smithy that we're going to put in. One day. All right. A little bit of eggs, not much in the way of fish. Our tech is creeping back up. I kind of love that you have to maintain tech. While it can be a pain, it is fun. Not encountered or heard of anyone I know encountering anyone on PCP? Oh, I have. They are not fun. They are hyper aggressive. Very dangerous. Bad time all around. Do not recommend. Knife guy is closer than 7 meters and it starts to attack you. You probably get cut before you get the gun out. Yep. Also true. I guess it depends on how you're handling your gun. Is it just in your hip? Is it in a holster? Is it tucked in your underpants? Are your pants hanging too low that you got easy access? Is he a samurai? While you were busy cleaning your gun, was he studying the blade? Zombieland Rule 1, cardio. Yeah. It's the real truth about the zombie apocalypse that none of us want to admit. It's all just about, can you run? Member of UDT for the Navy before Vietnam, commissioned and became one of the officers in SEAL Team 2. Given command to SEAL Team 2 after the Iranian hostage crisis, told to develop an anti-terrorism tack, SEAL Team 6. Served as commanding officer for 3 years. Told to develop a team that would attempt to penetrate naval bases. Oh, I love that. He became like a pen specialist. That's awesome. Like, you're really good at killing people and getting murder crowds together. Could you just break into this base for us? There's a really good video I watched the other day on YouTube from like Friendly Geordies and a bunch of the other Aussies, where they try to break into the US radar station in the middle of Australia. This is like a CIA base in the middle of Australia that I didn't even know about until I watched this YouTube video. And it's pretty entertaining. It's pretty entertaining to see a bunch of YouTubers try to break into a CIA base. Oh, some booze. I'll take your booze, sure. How generous. Sadly, I don't have anybody to work at my tavern, but we're getting there. The numbers are almost back up. We're up to 200 again, 230. The humans are still like miserable though. But it's just because we're like doing bad on food. That's literally the only thing they're being cranky about. And they'd rather have some clothes. I don't want your stone. We're also like not stoked about our lack of shrines. I could give them a shrine to Krator. Farming and husbandry. But it's not going to be a big shrine. And they're certainly not going to be getting any temples. They can get that right out of their heads. But seeing as it's just made out of wood, I'll allow it. Penetrated nearly every new U.S. naval base in the world. Some cases even went so far as to liberate certain items like plaques and certificates. He gave it back when he submitted the report. I love that. It's just the proof of like, yes, I was here. Left the Navy, started writing books. I was arrested and convicted at a military tribunal because his books were too close to the truth. Wow. Military. So funny. Unlucky enough to actually have been the weakest member of that training group. I really learned lessons about your own limited abilities as well. Dude, being like the worst member of like a military of like a martial arts group is definitely the way to go. You have to admit to your own problems, but you'll learn so much in the process. Quite a teacher to have had, yet. Why are the humans so had they have perfectly good mud to cover themselves in? Some people are just never happy. Says Henry, still stuck in the wall, Bugman. He's not still stuck in the wall. We got him out. Eventually, we built a door. Took a little while, but we got it. What's going on with you guys? Waiting for work. All right, well, if that's the case. They couldn't do this job because I guess the clay was too far away. $24. We're getting up there. I'm pretty happy that we had to do very minimal job control upon losing almost our entire base in war. I will accept your metal because I need it to build lamps. And I don't want to buy anymore because it's expensive as hell. Our tech is almost back in the positive again as well. These humans better realize what a great gift I am giving them. What do humans like stuff being built out of? Do they care? Grand buildings. They like stone. Yeah, they like stone a lot. There's a part of me that's thinking about building a little human town out here where the humans work. And I could even give them human roads. But they still have to come underground to do the lab work. And come party in the tavern. Basically, I'm thinking about making two different castes of people. The humans who live in misery outside in a little farming town. And then the bug people who live in the glorious bug hive, where everything is great and buggy. Ba, 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 ba. All right, we're swimming in charcoal. I'm glad to say it. The brewery is using 172 grain. You guys are making 330, and you're using 400 because the farms are screwed up this year from the bad gods. Every time I start to get a little bit ahead, the old gods got to show up. There's not enough of those Balti crawlers to be taking a snack on them. Oh wow, that second janitor really helped quite a lot. Can I upgrade janitors? No. We're slowly bringing furniture up here. She's gonna take a while. I guess I don't have really any odd jobbers, so it's hard for me to get any odd jobs done, so. Active research building walls and stone floor might be worth it if the bugs don't do that job at all. Yeah, I guess the cave is technically mountain walls, which they probably don't like. They don't dislike it, but I would not say they're big fans. Our biggest issue is still the amount of food. And I weirdly enough, I think as our numbers go back up, that will be okay. We've almost got the mushroom farm back up and running. I could put another bolty farm back here. Yeah, pretty easy, actually. We were to do something like this. We could dig out another pen for these guys. They mostly only cost wood. This one cost like 700 wood for me to build. But other than that, it wasn't a lot of other resources, so something to consider. Never escalate training into a real fight shows you don't have the character to be able to handle the training and responsibility. Yeah, yeah. Didn't get kicked out, but he did get kicked all around the room by the black belt. It was South Korean military, so net win. Non-contact sparring session into a real fight. That's wild. You gotta have some real fragile ego to turn a sparring session into a real fight. Like real talk. Very, very fragile. So this could be built for just stone. Keep these walls in and it's even cheaper. Probably doesn't need to be this big, but I would like to see, can I fit in the biggest bench? The biggest, baddest bench. The answer is definitely I could. Up. 250 metal. Oh, it needs those in there, does it? Well, that's... I don't want to do that yet, then. How am I going to get this furniture up here? Produced 8. Produced 8. Equipped furniture 4. Maintenance 1. Maintenance 9. Furniture 13. They're using so much of it. Guy keeps trying to be colleagues. I worry about when he finally figures out that I am just gonna plan to kill him. All right, that's a lot of hunting. That'll stock us up for the winner. One of those people who say sports doesn't build characters, it merely reveals it. Trolls playing Warhammer 3 at the MO and Chaos are just making stacks full of trolls. Entities are not resetting health after battle next patch. I mean, I do love troll stacks. It's exactly the kind of thing I would do as a player. I'm very excited. We got access to the new Total War Warhammer stuff next week. And we are absolutely going to be playing it. Hey, we're only 4 mushrooms off the mushroom farm being done. as our food stocks continue to get decimated. Never thought of it, but I kind of agree. I can enhance potential for some characteristics that's already being there. Generally, anxious and anxiousness can be controlled. Self-aware and self-awareness can be increased, but you can't turn the character around completely. I mean, I like to think that like sports do help build certain characteristics, particularly around like teamwork and stuff like that. But it really depends a lot on like whether or not there's a good coach involved. Whether or not you have a decent figurehead. Love trolls when you use trolls. Oh, they're so tasty to use. So good. Oh, man. All right. We made it through another winter. Spring is here. We're tilling the fields. Food's still a mess. To the point that I'm wondering if we don't build a third grain field. We're down to -3 jobs. The workforce is finally catching up. The last of the roads going in. We're back in positive tech as well, so I don't know what we lost in tech. It did say that we would lose certain things. It might have dropped us a point here. I think it did. I think it took away exotic husbandry. Otherwise, it looks correct. This seems worth doing. +10 to mushroom farms, +10 to grain farms for 75. I suppose if I could just increase the tech on grain farms, we would also solve some problems. Dudes, come on. Are you telling me, like, I can't afford... How many mushrooms do I need here? I feel like this is absurd that it hasn't been ordered yet. Best resource. Mushrooms. Like 10. Deal. I guess the export import is good, but it is like pretty limited on how often it seems to trigger. Or I suppose how much people can take at any given time. This guy's got to show up down here with those mushrooms. This is the trader with the little livestock, little sheep or something with the mushrooms on top of his back. So he'll show up with the mushrooms. We'll drag the mushrooms out here. We'll put them in the farm. Hopefully they won't just get eaten right away, which is what I'm kind of worried is what's been happening. And then fingers crossed we can get this bloody thing built. And we can start getting some mushrooms back into the food rotation, which should make everybody happier. And I guess I can start digging into this mountain. Trying to make another pen for these little squiggly wigglers. Hey. Huh. Yeah. Whoa. Gotta have a little artistic flair. One thing that I'm actually really excited about, that the dev was talking about with this game, is that you're going to be eventually able to upload your cities to the developer, and he's going to look at your cities and be like, these are cool. And then he's going to put them in as like pre-gen cities so that when you go to raid other settlements, this is going to be later on in like 1.0 or maybe further. So that when you raid settlements, it's actually like you're raiding other people's towns that have been made over the time. And I think that rules. Borg, hello. How are you? Salve, Despot. I'm Vic Tam, Supreme Ruler of Venric. I bid you welcome to the neighborhood. As a token of our good faith, I present you a small gift. Perhaps you could build a well for your people to wash. He's going to be... He dislikes if I accept it. And he dislikes if I don't accept it. Who are the ancient lands of Venric? Venric. So we've actually met another group of people. I think those are the first people to get through and talk to us. Unless... Oh my god. Did they slaughter the humans? They did. That's why they're talking to us. They have an army of 155 to 171. Okay, so if I could actually get my people armored and give them weapons, we could, in theory, be fighting people. Hey, the mushroom farm. Finally working. Possibly how long the way from the entry point to the base is after all the trader numbers are kind of fixed. Yeah. Progressing well. You had knee surgery on Monday, swollen like a cantaloupe. Oh, dude. Slowly connecting with your muscles. Ooh, ah. I have a chronically bad knee. My left knee. And I feel that vibe. I always wonder whether or not I'm going to have to one day go in for surgery. I hope not. But I got a feeling probably. Look at this. We've finally got back to our Kappa population. Garam Themies want to move in. Everybody's working hard. Where did they get 100 furniture from? Dudes, those ore mines are completely up and running. Which means we can start putting people on the smelters. Which means we can start building the smithy. Very excited about this. That bench is big enough? It should also be big enough if it went there as well. Then I could smallen up that room a little bit. So it's not crazy expensive. Just regular expensive. Hell to the yeah. Oh my god, we actually have all the things we need. Once this is built... I think I'm gonna... I think we need to build a warehouse up here. We kind of talked about doing this before, so... Knee surgery pain, went through that twice. Yikes. Did the yellow faction's army have a strength of 1.4 on just that army? It looked like it was 140, not 1.4. Though I suspect they probably have a bigger army elsewhere. It looks like they used that 140 army to defeat the humans. Which is great news. Because it means that they're not that tough, those humans. I suppose there's no reason I couldn't build this right up to the other wall here. Perhaps? That could work. Honestly, I might even tuck a few houses in here. I'm really starting to feel the need to have houses like closer to everything else. Or even like just a longhouse. Resident 10. Well, I suppose 2 houses is better than 1 longhouse. Boop, boop, boop. It's going to be like the start of the mining colony. The smithy. Got a rejection email from the NCO Academy writing an appeal. I think they rejected me because they thought it was still senior sergeant, though you've been Terminator sergeant for only a short while. I mean, it never hurts to write the appeal. 5 years now, kneecap was dislocated, 2 sinews ripped, as well as cartilage destroyed by 3rd-degree burns. Oh, destroyed to 3rd degree. Bone damage beneath the cartilage. By now, you only have mild problems with precision control, weather pains in the left leg. I have that without surgery. Every time the pressure drops, my knee, it just like absolutely locks up. Just fluid in the knee. It's a whole bucket, see? Well, as other problems with dancing, can walk and run just fine, all minor things. Knee pains, dudes. No fun at all. All right, well, we have a million things up here to build. We have no food at all in any way, shape, or form. This is what happens. I just get distracted trying to build out too big a project. The next thing I know, everybody is starving to death in the middle of winter. I mean, I feel like we shouldn't starve, because we are still making some food. Just not enough food. I'm curious how the mushroom farm is going to work on whether or not it's like seasonal. Or if it can kind of go all year round because it's inside. I sure hope it works. You have 40 homeless Carthemus. You have 58 available homes. Struggling a little bit with this. What if What if we did this? It's a sloppy jalopy. But that could connect different parts of our city together. What I don't love about this is, like, currently we have a single access point. I could have this just come in through here. Because these are just trade depots. Like, this is technically a big open room. You know what I mean? We have room for the lab to expand. I'll blow up a house here. I think there's no choice about that. I'd have to blow up this house. Get access to that market. But we could put in more homes. Like, I could put in human homes down here, for example, if I wanted. All right, dudes, I'm doing it. I'm calling it. And I am removing this house. All right. Our new highway. You can't run ever. Neurologist told you if you start running again, you might you might stop walking. Oh my God. Yikes. Do they need to be able to afford the homes? No, the homes are pretty basic when they first move into them. There's not really a lot going on. They're just like dirt holes. But then as we start getting access to other things, they can get some wood, some furniture, some fabrics for the humans, and they start making nice little houses. For the bugs, they basically just get clay and rock and they build a little light and a little humidifier, and that's it. They just want to live in their little bug hole. And I appreciate it. So I feel like we all just want to live in a little bug hole. Get rid of this guy. And build a road there. Not quite sure how this entrance to the back D is going to work. So I'll try not to build too many roads in the meantime. So these guys are producing like 31 ore, and these guys are smelting. You consume 4 a day, and you make 9. Well, clearly I need more employees here. That's much better. Because this number can go way up. There's only 20 people mining here right now. So that's 11. How much does this make? 18. All right, that works for me. Dear friend, we are undertaking quite a construction in our capital and would appreciate some help. Can you give us 126 pottery, 46 meat, and 16 livestock? I will do that because you are bug people and I am bug people. And something tells me I'm going to become a vassal under you. Based on how good a job you are at conquering things? Yeah, so the might of the army is 1.48, but it's 171 units in their army. Oh yeah, look, there goes my caravan I sent. Cool. The might of our army is 189 units. But we don't have any weapons yet. Later that week, the same place, you had an accident, claimed the ability to walk for a provisional ski athlete. Scar tissue in the knee was removed, a few months of trainings, and you're able to walk normally. Damage will come back with a punch when you get old. I mean, just keep working it. Do the physio, do the exercises, build up the muscles around it, so. Bugs only need lamp. Bugs together are strong. Camp literally one tile over. That's fine. Nothing to worry about. New level has bestowed upon our name, Legati. As our population bolsters to 300, so will the bad apples. Crimes must be dealt with swiftly and justly, else they can easily get out of hand. A Legati is a judge, and as such lets you pass judgment on your subjects. Effects +1 nobilities. We do need to build our noble home. We haven't done that yet. The Chambra. Right, because we need gems. And I need metal. But I make metal now. Is this warehouse built? No? Well. Oh, I have no wood. That might be good to pay attention to. Kind of important. All right, so somebody is stockpiling that metal somewhere. Yeah, okay, this is allowing for 500 metal in here. So we're in due time, it'll all come through. Buggy crimes always bugging you. Hope your knee will stand the test of time. Very ironic. How dare you? A little too ironic. Hi, Mona. You coming up? Yes, she is. We were wondering where you were all day. You didn't want to say hi earlier. Hello, sweet Mona. Want to say hi to chat? She's like ready to pounce. And if she does, she's going to pounce. She's really clumsy. So she'll pounce right into these headphones and rip these headphones off of my head. So I'm trying to be a little careful here. Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Let's see what we can do here. What's this? Starving? Why is somebody starving? Go eat. Perhaps you could allow us a little more furniture for your homes. My dudes, you have infinite furniture. We want better access to wells of better quality. More cannibalism. All right. Was that a meow I just heard from you? So rare. Meant genuine, not ironic, but you got punned. You got punned. Hi, Mona. What do you think of our bugs? Mona loves eating bugs. She's really, really good at it. She guards the house and makes sure that no bugs come in. Sometimes. Some bugs, she's like, I don't want to eat that bug. That bug doesn't taste good. But most bugs, she thinks are pretty tasty. Ain't that right? Ain't that right, Mona? Think you're a good girl. Mwah. Hey. Hey. He just got good about finding puns. Triggered the pun detector. Always does. Mona. Good girl, Moni. Moni Benoni. Pretty well behaved. Many of the jobs you've assigned us are not suited to our species. We want more cannibalism, and we want more furniture. I can't really fix the furniture thing. It just, like, happens over time. I suppose I could put more people back on the woodcutter. This was a job we had to cut when the big culling happened. The mass culling. Yeah, I don't understand why these guys aren't getting homes, and I think it's just because they have jobs in too many different places. So I think I'm gonna build... I wanted to leave all this open for the labs, so I could build homes here. I wouldn't hate that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whoops. Whoops. Like that. Now we could do many more right here. Oh, no. Another clay pit accident. I tell you what, dudes. Our people really want cannibalism. And you know what I always say? Give the people what they want. I was going to build a nice graveyard here, but how about instead we build cannibals? Does that track for everybody? Cat's name is Mona? Yeah, this is Mona. We have Mona and we have Cindy. I just tried to chop an ad that I saw coming in. I apologize. It's going to run in a minute. Closer to the clay and fishing, yeah. 2 cats. One is Nemona, and the other is called Toothless. Like the dragon, right? Giant green eyes. Just thought was indeed Mona. The other is Cindy. She doesn't, yeah, she doesn't, Cindy doesn't really like coming on stream that much, if she can help it. She's a big scaredy cat. 35. $15. I mean, that's all it really needs. Oh, it's a big square building. Why don't we add a little like entranceway here? So it's a little bit nicer at least. Why are you using 100 cut blocks? Because you're a grand building. Absolutely not. Oh, man. Have I been building things out of grand? I hope not. Am I building, like, grand warehouses? Hey, the smithy. Or, not the smithy, the warehouse. You're gonna be... You have 14 crates. Iron ore, Stilton ore, charcoal. You're gonna pull from that warehouse. What else do you need? I suppose you could probably keep, like, armors and swords. I don't know what kind of weapons we want. Technically, bug people do piercing damage with their claws, so I feel like using short swords that do piercing damages makes sense. Maybe shields. Maybe I could put the tools here as well. I think these are built up in this area. Metal bars I definitely need up in this area. 2 extra crates left over. Let's leave it at that for right now. Gains low, meets low well. I guess a little cannibal as a little extra treat is in order. I mean, if it helps the meat crisis, it just makes sense, doesn't it? All these people keep dying in accidents. It's not like we're burying the bodies. Let's put them to good use. Mostly, we've just been letting them rot in the streets. In fact, that's all we've been doing is letting them rot in the streets. Exactly like the dragon, perks his ear and moves around like the dragon, and he licks his nose the same way the dragon does. I love it. Every now and then, bad people do crimes. Those people need to be used in some way, like food or cannon fodder. Gotta keep them in line. Let them know who's the boss. I will admit, I kind of miss outdoor building just because I get to curve walls. And I like that part. I like that part a lot. Charcoal running kind of low. So let's throw some more buys on it. Some more buggy buys. 1.5 every 6 days. We're bad at harvesting mushrooms. Humans are better at it. Why is it all the tasks I need done that the humans are good at? And the bugs just seem to be good at no tasks? Right, this guy made like 54 iron last year. As this warehouse has the supplies, all of this should start running a lot quicker. Certainly that's my hope. I feel as if these guys are not capable of farming the entire field by themselves, especially because workload is at 100%. And it's a huge field. Yeah, I'm gonna accept another 25 of these guys. I know I shouldn't. He says, watching his production rate just plummet. Yeah, those are both 11, and they're about the same size, so... Oh, actually, that might have done it. Let's give him 10. I'd like that number to be a little bit lower. And I suppose we're going to keep hunting. Technically, as long as I leave some alive, it will eventually reproduce. This is all taking so long. I'm starting to hit the like, oh, okay, I see this game can also require major efficiency things as well. Like, part of me is actually wondering, should I link this over here? So that workers can get into this area easily. That well was meant to just keep expanding out this way. As a road. Suppose it could just be like a back D up on that side and this could all connect. You know, I'm kind of seeing why not. Kind of getting why not vibes. We probably need more wells and the like around, but everyone is for the most part pretty happy, so I'm not going to like panic too much about those little things. Hunting ground getting low. Yeah, yeah. Use all parts of the animal society. Oh yeah, the cannibals. I guess they have nothing to do. I feel like one humanoid butcher should be enough. He says, aware of how strange it sounds. And I guess, yeah, I don't know. If we start running out of food, instead of hunting the back I could just start, like, eating humans. Could I perhaps not just grab one right now and eat? Division. Emancipate. Destination. Handout. Day off. Work overtime. House. Prosecute. Perhaps I simply have to wait for the corpses to show up. Which warehouse takes the bug corpses and meat? The corpses just lie on the street. Nobody takes corpses. And meat kind of goes anywhere and everywhere. Mostly into this warehouse. But there's a bit of room in other places as well. Boy, this is slow. At least all our bugs are happy working in the mines. Truly, my biggest issue with this campaign is just like I insist on building everything at maximum size when it really doesn't need to be. I could easily do with much smaller places across the board. These guys are producing 191 PIVA. So where's it all going? Is it just getting drank the moment it's created? Wild to me to be like, we created 500 bread in a year and we're still like devouring all of it. You have -9 mushrooms. What is this? Deranged. People who have gone insane. They will do no work and wander around your city doing erratic things. Can be cured in an asylum. I know where else we could cure him. If I were to muster you here, army, can I tell you to do something? Like kill a man? Here they come. Oh, you can rotate them. Doesn't look like it. All right, you guys can stay down. If he's deranged, surely he must just die eventually. Maybe. And then we can eat him? Humans are much better than bugs at most tasks. Humans cannot force their own organs out when stepped on and just suck them back inside and walk it off. Checkmate, humans. Am I playing Warhammer 3 on Monday? I will be. Yeah, Thrones of Decay. Yeah, absolutely. Monday is my embargo, so I'm looking forward to it. Man, the other crazy thing is just like how much room you're meant to have for farming. It doesn't make sense to me how much room you're meant to have for farming. And it kind of feels like no matter what I do, it's not enough room. Doesn't help that I'm constantly just like building and building and building. And expanding, expanding, expanding. But it's still wild to me. Zoop, 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 zoop. Gonna need some things like dehumidifiers and lights. I really don't have the metal to be putting into something like this, but it's okay. We'll just do a few. to make things nice. Like a swarm of locusts, kind of realistic IRL. Huge amounts of land are needed for farming, especially before modern fertilizer. Yeah. Well, and I'm not doing a very good job at like upgrading my tech for farming because I've been trying to militarize. But like the irony is like militarization won't matter if I can't feed my army. $106 out of 190. You're getting there. Oh, man. No work is within the radius. Foolish. When these guys took over, I did not put together a trade deal with them. Damn, you want a lot from me. If I can't trade, I can't get money. If I can't get money, I can't buy goods. I'm very close to becoming self-sufficient. But I certainly am not yet. And I do have a lot of pottery and cut blocks. Wow, 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 wow. You are a greedy, greedy boy. Don't really need that livestock. I guess I don't use these herbs. Okay. I basically have to give away my entire stockpile of pottery and cut stone in order to get a trade agreement, so I can start selling them pottery and cut stone. Now, what that's going to do to the value of both of those things? Great question. As of 5 days ago, the price of both of these plummeted dramatically. So I wonder whether or not it's okay for me to like starve the market for a little bit while we rebuild our stocks. Maybe this is good for us. Can I arrest the deranged guy? I mean, I need to build guard posts and dungeons. And I don't have the things for that. This is the problem. One of the things I'm really learning about this run more than anything is actually like setting up villages, I think, is the way to do it. Like, you can have your main hub, your main village, but as you start requiring other supplies, like, I kind of would have been better off literally building a town up here. Because every time they need food, they have to come all the way back down. And like, I probably actually should have built a town here as well. Because I wonder if one of the reasons our people produce so little fish is because they have to spend so much time walking down to the fish. So they don't actually get to like work that much. I mean, we are producing 300 fish, which is a lot, but... I wonder how much things like that homelessness is a factor. Modern food preservation, most important tech in the history of man. That and farming. Yeah, salt more valuable than gold. Yeah, and then have haulers set up between locations. I have no food. I'm starving again. And these guys have not replenished enough. Nope. Okay. I don't really have a choice. So I don't need walls here. That won't work. I am wondering about building many small pens. I suppose it doesn't really matter, though. One big pen is just as well. Because they're almost done. Also, like, one thing is, like, this smithy is only going to be able to produce one type of good at a time. And I'm probably going to need it, like, I'm probably going to need, like, 3 smithies. I could have probably built a smithy a third of this size. Had it producing just, like, one of the things that I needed. It's okay, we're learning. Build us some more homes. Turn off the spawn pools. Yeah, that's probably a good idea, isn't it? Limit. Ah, limit. Very good. That should help us a little bit. I hope. Boop, 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 boop. And boop. And let's draw this all along the wall here, I think. Until I decide what I'm doing with it. Oh, buddy. 45 mushrooms. All right, suddenly I have 44 extra employees. You guys are using 10 and 10. I need you to produce at least 10 if that's the case. Come on, we have all these jobs. Fill it up. 10.4, 10.5, okay. 10, and you're making 15. You seem to be doing okay. The coal seems to be like hovering at a decent number. Call the town We Got Wood. Love Rimworld because you can make a colony that only sells wood-based items. Watch the high school play Sweeney Todd. Insanely good. Better than some professional plays. Sometimes high school productions can be very, very shocking. I feel the same way about like community theater. Like every now and then you hit a community theater play that you're like, well, that had no right being that good. And it's always a joy discovering that. Because most of the time, they are bad. Wrongful deaths. Cause of heat, death. Can we pick that corpse up? He's probably too far away to do anything with. But I would like to eat him. He looks delicious. 90% the leads. Yeah, a good lead makes a big difference. Makes a pretty big difference. All right, I'm still doing terrible at keeping grain up, so there's really only one more thing I can do about that. And it's expand this grain field. Area must be connected. Oh. Oh. One of these days, I'm going to be able to keep on top of things. But boy, is it ever not right now. I am really close to killing these things. But I know if I do, we starve completely. So I think we're about to hit a really ugly period in the history of this colony, where mass starvation starts to hit and we all just start eating each other until the numbers even out. I'm going to bring that number down because it looks like we have lots of extra people working right now. I can't seem to keep on top of clay, which is a little shocking. You guys are auto. You guys are auto. You're full speed. You're not having much luck. Pottery is fine for now. The masons could maybe have a few more bodies. So much stone still around to like clean up. Do community theater. My city is very well known for it. It's national playwright shops their show around. Yeah. I mean, in some towns, the community theater is like, there just isn't much paid theater, but there is really good community theater. So Newton, you're heading out. Want to try to fix your sleeping schedule? Dude, I absolutely understand. I'm excited to hear about this new job though. Keeping that little secret close to chest. Sleep well, dude. Joker and his girlfriend is based off of Sweeney Todd and Miss Lovett. That makes sense. His girlfriend, Harley Quinn. Reduced population sounds like good old-fashioned war is in order. Our carpenters are like maxed all the time. The truth is, I should probably build a second carpentry shop. Oh my god, thank god. We're getting extra fish. The truth is, I should probably build another carpentry shop. But I feel like we do fine as long as we're not building anything that requires carpentry. I say that, but like, how long has this been maxed out? I see this number keep going up to like 5 and then disappearing and then disappearing and then disappearing. So perhaps a second carpenter is not unreasonable. And they all take up so much space, though. Everything needs to be so big. I suppose that ox station could just move in more like that. And then I could kill off that territory. I don't want to make it more expensive, but I also want it to look nice, so these are the trade-offs. I'll put a door here so that we have access to the wood. And then this is going to be a road out this way, so I'll probably build a door, let's say here. I suppose. Made it click for you is that you kept calling her Mr. S. Yeah, well, we have so much materials for this. We could have built this a long time ago. Harley Quinn calls Joker Mr. S? Oh, sorry, Sweeney Todd's wife calls her Mr. S. I see. Took me a hot second there. Mr. J. Mr. T. Now I'm just pitying the fool. Tell I've applied to tech department of the University Clinic in Cologne. Nice, dude. Dude, I'm playing Crusader Kings right now, and my capital is Cologne. Coincidence? I think so. Talked to them during a recruiting exhibition. They were willing to test me on site. If your CV and everything sounds good, even though you had to drop out of college, if we're willing to do well in a short internship, they're simply willing to hire me. So I'm very nervous about the answer. I mean, I think as long as you're still like capable, I think a lot of us put more pressure on degrees and stuff than we think. And also like a university that's like, a university is the kind of place that would be like, oh, okay, you dropped out, but that means like you probably want to finish. Well, if you work for us, we can actually put you in a position that helps you, like allows you to go back to school and finish your degree. Universities are generally like, if you work for a university, they're generally like pretty big on helping you out with that kind of stuff. Historically. All right, this should really fix our furniture problem. Might affect our wood issue, but that's kind of always going up and down on us. It's not going to fix the food issue. The smithy is working. Oh my god, we can build everything. Tools, armor, swords, falcatas, and warhammers. Right now, we're going to build tools because that's what the hospital needs. Look at this. We're also going to be able to get our animals up and running. Can we do it before mass starvation hits? It's not looking good. Guys, somebody please dig into this mountain. For the love of Jiminy Cricket. I've seen like 7 people run up and start that job. Thank you. Wow, this is really not that expensive to build at all. You don't need walls, which actually means you can be a little bit bigger. I have to get rid of those 2 spots. 879. only have one gate. Would I be better putting the gate on the other side? I suppose. Why not? Problem is they often list the minimum requirement as a degree, and it does make it a bit harder. Yeah. Way less important than people think, with a handful of exceptions. It's like dating. You just have to find one. Don't get overly attached to one job. Just protect your soul. No one wanted to talk about internships or anything but full training contracts for 3 years. Consider dropping out due to mental strain. Yep. Yep. Not the best idea to start with first thing in the morning. And nobody should sign you in for a contract for 3 years. In this economy, in this gig economy that we live in, 3 years is a crazy amount of time. A lot of degrees are just a way to tell people that you now have a large debt to pay off. I have a lot of degrees, and let me tell you, none of them are useful for me anymore. It is shocking, and like most people I know with degrees aren't working in their fields. Subtowns seem to be the way to go. Looking at the example towns they give. Limited housing nearby to the best rates, particular cases in some jobs. Yeah. Definitely building better houses. Like building literally like a human town and a bug town. It actually makes weirdly more sense. Like neighborhoods. Generally, all that's true is degrees are not important as long as you think you have experience. If you don't have qualifications or experience, it can be hard. Yeah. Or just fake it till you make it, right? Trick them into giving you the job. As long as you can get through that like 3 month period, you know, before they can fire you. Then once you're in, you're in. Bada bang, bada boom. Exactly my problem. It's hard to apply for something when you have nothing else to show for minimum requirements. Get experience during full-time university studies. I think also like don't be afraid to apply for jobs even though you don't have the minimum requirements. Because chances are whoever gets that job is also not going to have the minimum requirements. That's just kind of the way it works. It's very hard for them to actually get people who have that amount of requirements. Dude, I gotta be honest, I don't think my lab is capable of gaining experience. I think I'm capped unless I upgrade it. You guys consume 4 metal a day, and you guys make 8. So I should, keyword, be stockpiling metal. This place doesn't have coal. It doesn't have iron. This is definitely an industry that it seems like it's kind of important to get up much earlier than I have. Even a very small smithy early on just to get little bits of metal. I think the ability to upgrade something is like, I've really slept on this. And it's kind of kept me much further behind than I ought to be. I can't touch them. Lots of people coming out into the fields to starve to death. Hopefully when they do, we can eat them. 2 degrees, don't use either of them. Yeah, buddy got a job without a degree. He just put partial degree. Remember BSing with my boss and he said he didn't actually have a degree. Technically 3 if you count a trade certificate. Yeah, I don't even know. Like, and like I have like postgraduate diplomas, but like they aren't degrees, but they are more valuable than degrees, and depending on what I'm applying for. And then depending on what I'm applying for, they're also completely useless. So not common everywhere. Are we bugs that live in caves? We are bugs that live in caves. This is our cave. I don't know that live necessarily. We're bugs that are starving in caves. And boy, are we ever starving. The beginning of winter. Yeah, I truly don't understand how it is that I produce 800 grain and I only use 500 of it. 700 of it. Oh, no, wait. I see. Okay. The problem is actually that I just eat all the bread the moment it is made. Same thing with the fish. I make 300 fish. I make 600 bread. I make 200 meat. I make 46 mushrooms. The amount of work that has gone into that for the production value is... it's a joke. You guys are overworked as well. And somehow I'm running out of jobs again. Clay is at 20 people. The forest's at 20. I have like 500 wood to bring up here. Honestly, I think I just have to hit a starvation spiral. I don't love it, but... are bugs from RimWorld scary? We just need an NPC to come in, block the doors, start fire to put us out of our misery. Live in Bone, we're about 50 to 100% are post-grad, so competition seems pretty high, yeah. Still gonna look for jobs that sound interesting. But thanks for the encouragement, my dude, anytime. I think you're great, so I think you should be able to get a job. It just takes time. And just remember, like, you do have value as an employee. Like, no matter what your skill set is, you have value, and employers like should be happy to have you. So go into any interview you have with that knowledge and like realize like, okay, no, I'm okay. I don't have to just take any job, and I don't necessarily need to fight for the jobs. They should be fighting a little bit for you. Human workers have halted all lab progress, probably because they are starving to death. The last time this happened, we dropped to negative 1,000 tech. And it was bad. Trapped. How did you get trapped? How did you even get there? I don't understand. How did you get there? Did you swim through this deep water somehow while you were starving, and then you got trapped and now you don't know how to get back and now you're starving on an island? I'd appreciate it if you didn't starve on the island, because that means I can't eat you. And I would very much like to eat you. Look at him go. Oh my God. Look at this. Do you see this? Do you see him dragging the human remains? And this horde of people following him. Humans, insects, it doesn't matter. They're all coming in here. They're all dying to get a bite of this human. My God. I hope some of them starve in there so they can just devour them. Spellipede 13. Can I find this this guy? We're gonna name this guy the Butcher. Spello P to number 13. Well, now I'm really glad we got a cannibal. We should have done this way earlier. Good night. Enjoy the rest of the stream. Totally not challenging me to overcome the biggest problem in your mental state right now, but I'll accept it right. Listen, man. Challenges are good. Sleep well, dude. Rest easy. 1 degrees in business with a major in accounting. Of my final months when GFC hit hard, jobs disappeared and even talked to people at networks. We aren't replacing people who leave, let alone looking to add staff. That's pretty common. Especially right now in a lot of industries. I find it funny because I became an accountant despite not having, despite having like a theater and an English degree, and then like an art crime degree and an information degree. Like absolutely no math, no accounting, no finance, no business. But that still ended up being where I ended up. More bench. Don't we all want more bench? Is the hospital built? It is. That's cute. They consume opium and fabric. Interesting. I know that the only thing my people are concerned about right now is food, so... And I value the fact that everyone who is starving has at least decided to starve in the butcher shop. The irony of this is I'm pretty sure the moment they starve to death, every single person around them is going to descend on their body and consume it. Violet Robin home. Oh, you're just starving to death. You made it look like you had already starved. Ah, I see. There is a corpse underneath these guys. It's just that everybody is immediately eating him. Well, the winter is done. The fields are being harvested. I've managed to keep enough grain to build a 3rd grain farm. Will this be the year that we actually produce enough bread? I think it's unlikely. The procession following the butcher was very funny. Also, just the amount of people who are starving in the cannibal shop is like 10 out of 10. He's just picking up bodies out of every room. Keeping people alive. That person died on his workshop floor. Despite him cutting up all these bodies, I still end up with 99 people starving. Praying at the god, going to the market, sitting by the fire, back to cutting up corpses. What worries me is I'm losing a lot of humans. I like that he butchered a corpse and immediately started eating it. He was like, well, I'm not starving. I don't know about anybody else, but that sounds like a you problem, not me. Not much meat on a hungry person. I mean, that's also true. These guys look like they've regrown a little bit. Yeah, for sure they have. Couple fat ones. Upside, every time one person dies, you have 2 less hungry people. Some reason the humans seem very happy. I can't imagine why. I'm just being devoured by the bugs. We're surrounded by bodies, and cannibalism is disliked by us. Starving subjects can also resort to cannibalism. Cannibalism is a singular event, and once it happens once, it will take a long time to diminish. Ah, yes, but we love cannibalism. Interesting. Does anybody else like cannibalism? The elves like cannibalism. Noted. Not for this playthrough. Oh my god, dude, the laboratory is just full of corpses and starving humans. We got no grain. Yeah. I guess just burn it down, boys. We have 1 infected. Hospitals, 0 out of 17. How come the 1 infected person doesn't go into the hospital? Is it because I don't have enough blankets? Ah, this is being built. So this is going to help our meat production. At least a little bit. I think I'll leave that here for now, just while they're building this. Are elves good at tech? I'm not sure. We can look. Like every good laboratory should be, full of corpses. I really like craterism. Still on, Elsa. We'll be wrapping up shortly. Elves are... they're not bad at tech. Honestly, this is kind of crazy. The only thing elves are bad at are multi-crawler breeding. Or the only thing they don't enjoy, I should say. Humans are good at everything. Garthemes are bad at so many things. They're basically only good at mining. Honestly, this is gonna sound a bit bad. I think the Garthemes probably make very good slaves. It seems like they're only good at manual labor. The Dondorians love these other guys. What are they bad at? They're bad at universities. And farming. The pig people are bad at all the crafting things. The Cantor are giants. The Arganesh are giants. And the Amevians are super racists. They're also really bad at farming. What's really funny is like all the stuff I've read about Garthemes online, which was like not a lot going into this, but I did read like the big thing that they have is that they have like no problem creating food. Like it's really easy for them to have huge amounts of food because of all the fishing and the multi-crawlers. And I'm just like, these multi-crawlers don't make jack. I mean, they do make jack, but like 100 meat a day? I have 4 hunters who make like 200 meat a day. Now, there is some scalability that has to be accounted for here, but... And I truly wonder whether or not it's just because my tech is bad. But this should be another extra 100 meat. Still really hard to catch up. How can you tell Agent has gone native? He's gone past his normal streaming hours multiple times in a row. Yeah, look, I really like this game. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm really into this game. It's scratching a lot of nice management itches. It's very complex and meaty, and it combines a lot of my favorite games together, and I haven't gotten to see a huge portion of this game yet. Like, we've been at like the 300 pop point, and that's like apparently one of the breaking points. The guy actually talks about that in the recent dev diary. It's like 300 is a really big challenge point, and then like things start getting really crazy once you start up at like 1,000 people. And I cannot believe we even have 300, because based on my understanding of how this game works now, I've done a very bad job at managing this settlement. Thought I'd try the dwarves. I'm finding they're difficult to keep happy, though the borderline starvation probably doesn't help. Yeah, I mean, if you can't farm, that's really difficult, right? Or if you're not good at farming, I should say. But the Dondorians like humans, and they like Cretonians. Like, quite a lot. So I would say just, like, get a bunch of pig people. Set up a little pig village outside of your mountain home. And have them, like, deliver their crops. Basically. Basically what I'm saying is create a bunch of slaves, enslave them to your plantations, and have them work the fields as much as you need. It seems to be the way things work in this game. Get a bunch of Garthemes, enslave them, have them work in the mines. Get a bunch of Cretonians, enslave them, have them work in the fields. And then you just sit around being rich dwarves in your capital city. Set up little villages. I don't know how crime works. I mean, that could be its own problem. We're still figuring that step out. I do wonder, like, do families move as you open up, like, woodcutter, hunter, clay digger, hauler, woodcutter, fisherman, baker? Yeah, they must, right? Ore miners, mushroom farmers, ore miners. Yep, yep. So they will move to wherever, like, the closest jobs are. Brewers, bakers, hunters, and herders. Right, like, I got a hunter working here. He's got to come all the way outside to the hunting job. That's already like a full day's travel. And then he's got to go off and hunt off map. I'm shocked they're able to make that much food. I do wonder about these Bacti crawlers and, like, this doesn't require stone. Or stone ceilings or whatever. Mud. Am I not meant to be growing these guys inside? You know, you could see the background of Mushroom Farm and the background of Balti Crawler. It looks like a cave. I suppose growing something like fruit orchards could be valuable too, but I suppose none of our people really like them. Very complicated. We have 9 animals in this pen. Still only produces like 10 a day. I don't know how you're meant to produce enough Balti crawlers to feed a settlement. Like, I genuinely feel like if I took this entire field and made it just Balti crawlers, it would still struggle to be a big enough pasture to feed my entire settlement. Though maybe that is what I meant to do. The efficiency of the pasture? Oh, they're at 100% efficiency. They are also at 100% workload, but that's just because I haven't autoed it yet. Yeah, I'm not sure. We even have 195% skill, so we're actually like, we're getting like double harvest out of these guys. It felt like these guys were going to be a lot more efficient than they were, especially when you consider how much meat you get from hunting wild Bacti crawlers. They prefer dark caves. I am really starting to think like maybe the actual issue is like I was meant to be raising them outside. Fruit orchards are amazing for producing massive amounts of fruit, but there's an extremely 4-year-long spin-up time. I mean, but that's okay. Like, well, we've been starving for 20 years. Has to hold the workers on the orchard as well while it grows. Oh, that is interesting. When you say bad, you mean like they have negative efficiency, or is it the fact that some people can't do things other people can't? So when it has like the negative arrows, there's two things. So there is skill. So like species have skill bonuses. So you can see here species 1.5. So this is like because I have bug people tending the Balti crawlers, I get a bonus. But then there's also preference for employment. So like, yeah, you can see here there's fulfillment and there's skill. So like our guys are not even being listed on this. But look at somebody else. Will it show us? Yeah. So our guys for like warehouse, the Garthemes, have like 50% fulfillment and there's 600% skill on the warehouse, which is like extremely lower than everybody else. But for Balti crawler farming, they have 100% fulfillment and 150% skill. Where like elves have 10% skill. So elves like cannot use the Balti crawlers at all. Oh yeah, I see how I can actually just read this. Ore mines, we have 140%, so we get 140% out of ore mines. The only people who match that are like the Dondorians. And then the giants. So I guess it's a little of both. There is fulfillment and then there is skill. And they're relatively linked to each other. Ah, but like elves. Elves don't like growing vegetables, but they're still good at it. 50% fulfillment, 100% skill. They are really good at Aurochs. Humans don't like doing Aurochs, but they are good at it. And I'm sure there must be people who like doing things, but are probably also bad at it. Who they are, I don't know. But that feels like something that this game would have. Clay pits. Everybody hates clay pits except for Dondorians and Garthemes. Like, absolutely despises extracting clay from clay pits. Which would lead me to believe, probably, that they don't need clay for anything other than pottery. But if you were, for example, going to do a human settlement, you might be better off just importing clay, because at least the fulfillment on your humans would stay higher. So there's a clever little, like, balance that happens in it all. All right. 104 to 130. We were matched for so long. I still can't get over, like, how little fish we make. And I wonder whether or not it's really, like, is the fishery just, like, absolutely busted if you have a lake versus a river? Or is it just the fact that I only have a single fishery? You know? If I built out a bridge and was fishing here and fishing here, fishing down here, could I haul in enough fish single-handedly if I built a little fishing village? That they would just be constantly doing it? Like, you know, if I built a little village right here, they could be hunting Bacti, fishing all the time, digging up clay. I'm starting to learn a lot more about, like, the better ways to lay everything out, so... I think you're right. Every time I've built on a lake, it's been great. On a river, it's been terrible. Right, so... There might also have, you know, parts to do with that. I mean, I will say, like, it says I'm making 300 fish, which is, like, not bad for 11 employees. I got 5 hunters, and they're making 250, so... But the hunters, like, scale differently as well. I do know under, like, when you do fish, there's these little fishy symbols that give you deep sea bonuses as well. So I think, like, probably on a lake, there's a lot more of those. A couple of deranged people walking around. I think I'm definitely starting to see, like, the flaws of the city design that I have right now versus what I think would work a bit better. But I like it. I like our little itty-bitty bug committee. But I do think this is where we're going to leave them for today. I think that's where we're going to leave them for today. I don't know if we'll come back to the itty-bitty bug committee or if we'll start up a new campaign in the future. I definitely want to play a lot more of this game because it is incredible and it has me super locked in at the moment. So we'll have to see how the following weeks go. Tomorrow, we're going to be checking out the new War Tales DLC. And then next week, we're checking out early access on the new Total War stuff, which is same, but different. So I can't wait. I hope you'll come back and join us.